us live our lives together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Greetings. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Tai Chi and Qigong, Harmony of Ancient Health Cultures.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us live our lives together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Greetings. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Tai Chi and Qigong, Harmony of Ancient Health Cultures.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us live our lives together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Greetings. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Tai Chi and Qigong, Harmony of Ancient Health Cultures.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us live our lives together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother
Earth. Greetings. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Tai Chi and Qigong, Harmony of Ancient Health Cultures.
you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us feed our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth.
Greetings. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Tai Chi and Qigong, Harmony of Ancient Health Cultures.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us feed our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth.
Greetings. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Tai Chi and Qigong, Harmony of Ancient Health Cultures.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth. I am your host, Amrita, welcoming you to this episode of Tai Chi and Qigong. Today's episode is on harmonizing and knowing about those ancient healing remedies and the prevalence of these worldwide, which has also been a greater part for harmonizing this world in terms of health, as well as spreading happiness and harmony worldwide. And to talk about this, we are having our experts as well as professionals and enthusiasts in the field of Tai Chi and Qigong. And we look forward to have a great interactive session of today with a lot of insights on knowing what it is. And if you are new in this field to know more about it, please watch today's episode and follow us at www.healingourEarth.com. Before we start, let's have Gayatri Mantra. Join your hands, close your eyes, taking a deep breath inside. Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Welcome. Today's episode on Tai Chi and Qigong, harmonizing the ancient healing cultures and traditions, is being produced by our episode producer, Keith Shah. And we also welcome our founder and director, Neil Kumar, with our technical director, Nishit Kotak. Global Namaste to all of you and a very good afternoon.
Global Namaste.
It's been a wonderful start to have all three of you at the platform where we all share this common verge of harmonizing this world through different integrated approach. And in doing that, a lot of other inputs are required in which people from their diverse backgrounds and their expertise in the field of Tai Chi and Qigong have done an immense work in their field to spread this message of harmony.
And Amrita, a global namaste to you, Keith, Nishit, and everybody present over here. Greetings. And what a wonderful array of contributors we have got today. Keith has been working very hard, and we like supporting Tai Chi and Qigong and the yin and yang merger of the yoga and Ayurveda and Tai Chi and Qigong and Chinese medicine and the Indian ancient medicines. So it's a wonderful episode. And Amrita, before we just go ahead, and Nishit will be shortly off watching cricket, which even Keith likes. Maybe it's time to wish Nishit a happy birthday is coming soon. So Amrita, you're going to sing for him.
Yeah, happy birthday, Nishit Bhai. Our technical director, without whom these episodes are virtually incomplete, behind the back, as well as one of the backbones of this episode that is we are running continuously since so many years. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Nishit Bhai. Happy birthday to you from all the viewers as well as the Healing Our Earth family. We wish you in advance a very happy birthday.
That is truly awesome. Thank you.
And Keith, since you are a senior over here, maybe you can bless him as well. You, of course, know Nishit quite well by now because you've been there with years with us.
I am in awe of his technical capabilities and long may be a survivor because I can't deal without him. And I really wish you a happy birthday today. And if you're watching the cricket, don't watch England.
So today is an exciting
Thank you
match.
very much.
It's India versus Pakistan. And it's going to be so exciting today. And in fact, it is already exciting. The match is already going on, and we'll tell the results later. It's buzzing down there. So, Kate, tell us what's going to unfold in a moment or two.
Well, I think I'll ask Amrita just to open up the session, if I may. She has some wonderful words up just written.
Yes, sure. So Keith Sharp, as well as all the people who know him, is a very versatile personality. And apart from that, he's a very highly skilled artisan with a world-class business holding professional. He had been an engineer, but then with an inspiration to lead the Tai Chi and Qigong, he's a founder of Tai Chi and Qigong Alliance in UK, as well as also an outreach coordinator of Global Transformation Project. And this Global Transformation Project is one of those leads where Keith Sharp has been intensely working to bring to the world and to every individual the knowledge of Tai Chi and Qigong. I think the words are less to talk about it. The more can be elaborated by he himself. Thank you. Over to you, Keith.
Thank you.
And
Thank you,
before
Amrita.
Kate, before you speak, Nishit,
Yes.
so you, like every human being, have a birthday as well, eh? And we're not going to tell people what your age is, but you're quite young. And what message have you got for us for this episode today?
Well, welcome everybody. Quite young is very generous of you. My mom calls me senior citizen now, so it's a relative term. But it's an absolute pleasure to be here today as we explore the wisdom of two ancient practices, Tai Chi and Qigong, that have been around and transforming lives for, I suppose, centuries. So these are gentle yet powerful arts that are more than just physical exercises. As I understand them, they are pathways to balance, inner peace, and holistic well-being. So in today's session, I'm excited to see how we uncover the philosophy behind it, the science, and the practical applications of these ancient health systems. So I'm looking forward to hearing from our panel of experts on today's session, the practitioners, thought leaders who've dedicated their lives to integrating movement, breath, and mindfulness into daily living. So I'm saying let's begin this journey into the art of energy flow, strength, and serenity. And I'd love to start by asking one question. And the question is very simple. For those who are new to these practices, how would you define Tai Chi and Qigong in simple terms?
Over to you, Keith, and you can carry on.
I think I'd prefer to leave this until you float in the actual video that's there with the question and answers, because I've tried my best to simplify in my own mind on the basis that many people still don't understand what it is. And for those that do, I apologize for any insults or changes to their mind. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so let me start, if I may then. And on our first activity, we have known Amelia Wai-Ching for some time. I had the pleasure of meeting her a couple of years ago. Diminutive, yes. Amazing, yes. And I welcome her from Bali today, although her home, I understand, is in Singapore most of the time. But I'm
Global
going to pass,
namaste.
I'm going to pass you straight over to the Reverend Dr. Amelia Wai-Ching Lee for our first wonderful session. Thank you, Amelia.
Thank you so much, Keith, and Amrita, and Neil, and Nishit. Happy birthday too. And I am really pleased to be here to open the session because I feel as if I was the catalyst for Qigong to be introduced to healing our earth first, and then introducing Sharon Rose, the director-producer of Quantum Chi. And then it just opened up to all the various Qigong practitioners and the holders of the frequencies and the codes of Qigong in the world, including Keith and so many new people I have not met. And I know Peter from Bali as well. I've met him. And really special for me is the theme today of the wisdom of the ancient healing cultures. And since cross-cultural healing was actually one of the subjects that I was writing papers on for my BA in Integrated Health Studies in San Francisco, and then also for my doctorate in Philosophy of Healing, I was especially excited. So I felt that I would like to take a little bit of the liberty of expanding it between Ayurveda to maybe some of the global ancient cultures of wisdom that perhaps we could do at a later time, or even more in-depth exploration, because there's already so much that we can say, do, and integrate both Qigong and Ayurveda in this world. And this is a very beautiful first step in this integrative medicine that we are all involved in. So I
And
work with
Wai-Ching,
medical doctors.
Wai-Ching, before you carry on, a global namaste to you. And you mentioned that this is a special episode. Well, it is more special because there is something else we want to share today with our viewers. That it was your birthday yesterday, which is very beautiful. And we will
Happy
ask
birthday.
our senior anchor, Amrita, to come back in and have a sing song for Wai-Ching too. Amrita.
Thank you.
Oh, this is such a
Wai-Ching,
family here.
belated
Oh,
happy birthday to you. May good God bless you. And here's the song for you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Dear Wai-Ching, may you have more rounds down the sun and may you keep prospering in the life the way you glow right now. From all our Healing Our Earth family, a lot of blessings and love. Thank you.
oh, thank you, family. I tell you, you are very naughty, all of
And
you.
Wai-Ching, we're not going to give your age away, but you maintain yourself
It's
so
okay.
well.
It's
And-
okay. I can tell it. It's 68.
And you're going to be same all the time. And Keith, maybe since you are senior here as well, you can give her a blessing.
Very senior.
Move on.
I would love to give my humblest and most deepest calculations to being 68, because you told me last year I knew it was coming up. You told me it was 67, and I've been keeping it in the diary. So happy birthday for yesterday.
Thank you so much. I tell you, it's a beautiful birth. And today, being with all of you is just another moment of being so grateful on the planet, of being incarnated this lifetime to do, what I do, to be who I am. It really is an amazing miracle and then life experience and journey. Truly to be really grateful to be with all of you in this journey and to be on this episode this time, and to remember who we are and why we came on the planet, right? And Qigong is just one of them. To return to the topic, the Qigong is to really, it's a system of remembering who we are as nature, as forces of nature. And this has been an amazing journey, because I'll just say that my great-grandfather was a TCM physician to the Sultan of Selangor in Malaysia. And on my mom's side, we have all the shamanesses who did the skincare, the rice powder, according to the cycles of the moon. And so a little bit shamanic, and also did their cooking with the herbs from the market, from the garden. And of course, they were magical potions of Chinese traditional herbal elixirs to make sure that we are strong and that we restore and build ourselves up after illness, or actually just to restore. And sometimes at home, we have 2 different soups, herbal soups during dinner, because one for the men and one for the women. So we were already practicing personalized medicine at that time. And at this time, I'm working with medical doctors in integrative medicine to as part of interdisciplinary medicine to really integrate our ancient wisdom into sacred science. So my work has been actually to integrate the two, and it's been a very interesting journey because we get to experience the best of both worlds. And in this evening's, it's 10 o'clock, presentation, if I may, just perhaps offer like a spectrum of the different cultures of the world, the ancient cultures, and the healing techniques and their healing theory, cosmology, which actually all leads back to energy, taksu, chi, prana. And so that's the basis of it. And then how they express themselves into the plant kingdom, into the mineral kingdom, into the elements of water and fire, and how we integrate all of that into our daily lives. And then now with the study that I have done is that it's how Qigong is quantum science. And that's led me to actually before that to call it Infinity Quantum Qigong. So if I may, it's a little bit complicated, but I just make it very simple. And there's so much depth to go into with the following presenters, and just allow me just to give a sort of a cursory spectrum of the container of what we might be talking about, and to ask some questions about where we can go with this beautiful fusion and how each system is intrinsic in itself, that with its particular characteristics to the geographical area, to the culture, to the climate, and to the belief system of that land. And then also how these ideas have spanned through all these geographical areas through travel. For example, through the Silk Route, moving from China to India and then onto the European continent, and how these have been mingled, let's say in the Nalanda University in the middle of the Silk Route, where there was 7 stories, it seems, of university, and where all the academic subjects were studied, including astronomy, astrology, herbal medicine, and definitely energy medicine. And also we question, what is holism when it is also so detailed? For example, what I learned in Tibetan healing is that there is a system of taking down, of course, one's own birth date and time and place, just like also in the Ayurvedic system, and actually truly in Chinese system as well, and the other cultures. And then formulating the medicine according to that time. And then they have to face a certain position or direction, and then take the medicine with flower pills or mineral pills at that particular time, while acupuncture needles were activating their chi body, and while oils were slathered on at the same time, according to the time of birth. And so, and how far do we want to study each and every single system? I mean, it's absolutely fascinating if we can do that. And there's already so much correspondences as well as differences that we can celebrate. And so if I may just go into some slides, and maybe we can just even start to think about how these can be integrated into allopathic medicine, which we are all wanting to do. And there's a great demand right now for this knowledge and wisdom to be shared, both by medical doctors and naturopathic doctors, because of recent times and how we actually have to tap into our kitchen larder for medicine, for turmeric, for ginger, cinnamon, all the antivirals that's been used for all this time, and some of the artemisia that's used in Chinese medicine. And apart from that, the energetic aspects of how to breathe and how to really bring it into our meridians to be suffused into the cells and then into the emotional body by balancing our endocrine glands, right? The pineal pituitary gland, the thyroid, the thymus, adrenal glands, and then really work through the emotional body into the mental body, and then allowing ourselves to expand in the chi body to build up our immune system. These studies are more relevant than ever before. So if I may just share and illustrate, if I may do this, share. And I look forward to having a conversation with everyone as we're creating more and more salons and conferences on this. And I was noted as from the World Council for Health, and we held actually a conference on natural, indigenous, and innovative medicine. So really look forward to diving a little bit deeper. So here we have the harmony of ancient health cultures. Let me see, I can just, yes, do that a little bit more. And so with the Ancient Future Academy that I'm setting up, and as a principal of Earth Heart Holistic Advisory, we're looking at collating also all this information for the creation of a new fusion system that's practical and viable and readily accessible to everyday person at home. So the keys to the ancient wisdom it's not so distant in the past. So human beings are repository of knowledge, codes, frequencies, accumulation of experiences. And how we continue to weave this enculturation for modern living is that there are many realities to one earth and not just one way of being. And this diversity is really the richness of being human. And we are now gleaning what we can. But we are still human, and we have subtle and dense anatomies of a human being in various forms too. So here, if I may start this with a bioenergetic model of our multidimensional being to perhaps set the tone for Qigong and Ayurveda. So we are a human physical substrate, right, made of organs and muscles and bones. And we are also the circulatory, pulmonary, sympathetic, parasympathetic, nervous, and lymphatic system. Now, beyond that, in the energy body, in our etheric anatomy, we have the Tantian meridian system, the chakric and nadi systems, the auric or organ field, and moving through those in the physical system is the fascia. So we move our energy cells through the fascia of the physicality. And here we have the beautiful illustration by Alex Gray of the chakric system and the nadi system as well. Now, beyond that, this is who we really are. Etheric light letters, centers of consciousness. And so this is what some energy healers like myself, we see as we work with the energy body and weave together the spirals and the figure eights and the net of the web of life that we are. And so this finally is the soul matrix configuration in a series of spirals and figure eights. It's so exciting that we can study the similarities between traditional Chinese medicine, Ayurveda, and let's look at Unani, which is the Persian way of healing. And we can also go up to Tibetan, and we link with Chinese, and then the Mongolian, and we come down to other parts of Asia, Japanese, Korean, Aboriginal, Australian, Native American. So it's just a broad stroke. And what are the philosophical and energetic therapeutic principles in common? So, of course, in TCM, we have the Qi, the vital energy flow, yin-yang balance, 5 elements, Ayurveda, the 3 doshas. So, doshas, Vata, Pitta, Kapha, and 5 elements, not the dosas. Right? And also then there's Unani, the Greek-Persian model, the 4 humors, and then the Mizaz, which is the temperament. Well, again, looking at the emotional aspects, which is also very important to weave in, rather than always talking about the physical conditions. And Southeast Asian, we have Taksu, which is energy in Indonesia, and of course, herbals of Jamu as well. And we'll work a little bit more deeper into the similarities. So Tibetan medicine, Sowa is based on the 3 nyapas, and Japanese Ki, a practice of Kampo, is based on thermal formulas. We actually did put together quite a very good collection of Kampo therapies during the last few years. And now we also look at Korean and Thai, known for the massages, but all this run through every single system, right? Herbs and music. And Oceania, we had mana. And the Europeans also, there's not much that's integrated at this time, but we also have to look at that in the way that there's rune, stone, divination, and then the honoring of the natural forces, the heat and cold treatments, like saunas. These are well known. But if we look at all the other systems, we actually share a common thread there. And of course, the Aboriginal, the Australian neighbors, we have the Miwi, the soul healing, which is energy healing. And they draw out the healings in the art with points. The points and the waves representing the quantum, but that's another story. Fascinating if you start going into the study of the music and the art and the dance. Now, there's of course the bush medicine and the dream time and of the Aboriginal Australian. Now, Native American already well known that we call the Colin, the great spirit, like Shen or Wakantanka, and the totem animals that are honored, and the use of hallucinogenics like peyote, and of course in Southern America there's ayahuasca and many others, and also herbal medicines used in everyday life. And then there's the sweating, just like in contra baths that in Chinese is not known, but it's yin-yang baths, hot and cold. So what are the foundational tapestries of these ancient cultures is that they are really nature-based. So there's the belief in cosmic influences on the human energy body, and there's the reverence for the elements like waters through the spas, baths, ablutions, and in all the cultures, I mean, with hammams, with onsen, and then there's a fire element, the sauna, the moxibustion, and sweat lodges as well. And then, of course, plant medicine and divination, music and sonic output, drumming, acoustic rattles and bells, and vocalization, the mantra, which was the Gayatri mantra that was so beautifully sung by Amrita. And that brought in a whole energy resonance to the start of this exchange of our thoughts and our feelings and information, as well as wisdom. So this sets the tone for the healing. And there's also the phenomena of light languages and singing soul songs, akin to the 6 healing sounds of the Chinese model. So how do we actually look at these correspondences and start to notate how to integrate? Is it meant to be fully integrated, or are they meant to be separate systems, holistic unto their own self? So really, that should be the ideal. And there's room for integration and exploration as well. So back to the concept of chi and prana, they also link in with our trance and transcendental state, which leads to dance, the movement of our bodies in the rhythm of our chi, just like spontaneous qigong, sifan qi. And it's how we move the prana in kundalini movement up the spine, that all this is very natural in our state of evolution as human beings. And then our connection to the celestial planets and sun, moon, stars as well, and this kind of honoring and recognition that we are nature itself. So keeping that in mind, we then think about Qigong or Daoyin as shamanic, and all the practices as because we honor nature first of all, and that's before Qigong there was the Daoyin or the Wu Dao, which then recognized that us as intermediaries of spirit and human world, the celestial and terrestrial energies of who we are. So then came the development of Neigong, the internal practice of the alchemy of transmutation within the self, and then how it expresses itself in movement externally in Wei-Gong. And of course, the very first expression of this energy is Sifan Gong, which then is the spontaneous movement of energies and swaying and shaking and vocalization. Sometimes I feel that this is not given enough attention. Most people are involved in the form of Qigong and the kind of codification of the system. So I feel that this spontaneous way of tapping into our energies is really the most natural, and soon, or letting go and surrendering to it is one of the key aspects of energy. So we look at how the energies are translated to atmospheric qi, primordial jing, that is our physical self, that's of course stored in the kidneys, as it is oftentimes expressed in the theory of the healing, and then the spirit of Shen, which is the most rarefied form of mortal energy. So we also need to look at the yin yang and how yin yang is not absolute. This is a very important part of healing, which is the perspective that can change. It's not absolute, and it transforms all the time. And it can be seen as wave-like or particles. So yin could be wave-like and it's unmanifested, and yang energy as particles and as manifested. And if we look a little bit further with long-distance healing or transmission of energy for healing in Qigong and in pranic healing, we see there's the theory of quantum entanglement that comes in, which is the intentional transmission of energy without touch, and where one cell would resonate with the other from a distance, and then in tandem comes to a harmonious whole, which leads to miracle healings in pranic healing and Qigong healing. So here is a schematic of the movement of Qi, and you can see that here that it is all not absolute and there's constant movement. And in the center, we have the S curve, and straight down, if we take this a line through it, it becomes the center line, our center line. And this movement is our governing vessel, our conception vessel, and the center line. And they're always in movement, in activity, and shifting according to the perspectives that we take. And there's always a little bit of yin and yang in the other. And if we look at that, we are actually spiraling vortices of energy within also the DNA. This is actually our DNA spiraling within us all the time. And they also spiral in wheels of consciousness as the chakras and the three treasures, the sunbow, the upper, middle, and lower dantians. And then we look as they extend outwards, it forms what is known as the toroidal field, which is the above and below the head and the feet, below the feet and extending. So in this schematic of Chinese cosmology and the quantum field, we look at what the Tao is or what it's not. It is also part of what is Wu Qi, which is illimitable and nothingness at the same time, full potential and no potential, total vacuum. And this is where we draw all the aspects of ourselves from when it comes through down the rarefied fields to Tai Chi, and then find the supreme energy, and then to yin yang, where we divide into the masculine, feminine, to polarities of the planet, and then to Bagua, the movement of the energies through the physical realms, and how that it's divided into hexagrams and the 8 trigrams, with the Book of Changes as a divination tool on how these changes affect our mortal life. And then when we look at the hexagrams, we see the codes of the universe, binary codes of the computer language. You can see them, the complete lines and then the broken lines. And this was so interesting for me in 1990 because I started seeing them in my mind's eye, in my vision, and I could feel it in my own cells changing. And this is how I healed myself from potential ovarian cancer. And it was gone within 6 months while I did some very serious Qigong and Tai Chi healing within myself, and together with yoga. and dance. So it was all of that that led to it. So with this, we can see that with my work, it's modernizing ancient healing arts. This was an article written in China, and this again, it was all in China. So this is the toroidal field that I spoke about, and how the emotions affect our toroidal field, our qi, and more emotional aspects must now be addressed in the evolution of qigong, tai chi, and in Ayurveda. So there are all these signatures in nature which we honor in flowers, leaves, waves, and clouds, and the spinning wheels of chakras. And similar to this, that's how infinity quantum qigong came about. As you can see, the 0 point. And this is the basis of the work that is linked to the Schumann's resonance. This weekend, apparently, the Schumann's resonance is off the charts. So people who are not practicing one kind of body-mind practice or another will find it difficult to actually what they call ground. They have more difficulties in their emotional body and to handling stress. So because our entire system is linked to the gravity of the earth. So if we can resonate with the resonance, then we can be more in sync with the evolution of the planet itself, and also with the waters of the planet, because we are 90% actually in our brain as well, water. And if we can be more mindful, bring in more of these mindful practices, which I'm sure would be elaborated later on, with the breath, with the direction of qi through the meridians or the nadis, and then expanding it out to create the field, then we can all the more settle ourselves into the evolution of ourselves and also the planet. So we want to look at the authentic intelligence of our human bodies, ourselves, our consciousness, and with the cosmic forces as well as the earthly forces. That there's so much information in the rocks, in the trees, in the flowers, and in each other, the people, that if we can balance authentic intelligence with artificial intelligence coming in, there is an opportunity to archive all this wisdom, both human and technical. So I invite you to actually look at our 3-day event, the Indigenous Natural and Innovative Medicine. And we are partners with Healing Our Earth. And thank you so much, Neil Kumar, for giving us a platform as well. And so it's gone on to something else here. So I thank you so much for this time for me to share some of my thoughts and feelings regarding the evolution of this beautiful work as we find the harmony of the ancient healing cultures, especially of Qigong and Ayurveda. So I salute all of you for being here and being part of that journey.
Wow, thank you very much. Brilliant is only one word I could use. I do not have the vocabulary to go through many, many, many. I think, dear Amalia, that those of us listening in could listen all day to your wonderful interpretations. And I really do thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Now I'm looking for the way to stop share. Taking a bit of time.
Yes, Wai-Ching, if you go to the red button upstairs.
I'm trying. For some reason, my cursor is not going. So what is this one? It says back to center and basics. Okay, probably like hammering it in. Like, oh, it's now moving really fast. Let me try and escape this. Okay. There we are. There's always a
There we
solution,
go.
isn't
There
there?
we go. Well, thank you very much
100%.
indeed. Okay, and
Cute case of putting this
pleasant.
together like that.
And I think that we now travel across Bali to Peter Caughey. And whilst you may have had a small problem, Peter had a major problem, as much he completely lost his web connection just now. So Peter, would you be kind enough to carry on, and thank you for your input that I'm sure will be very, very interesting.
First of all, thank you very much. Can you hear me? If you can hear my audio? Yes?
Yes.
So just first of all, thank you for inviting me to come along and talk about my passion, which is about traditional Chinese medicine, and I appreciate it. I thought the introduction was very, very well, and the constructed ideas of how much healing modality there is in the world and how much natural healing modality I think was extremely, to see it all put together and just how much there is going on in the same field. And I think it's a really beautiful thing. So it's really nice to be part of it. And I'm part of a very small piece of that, which is the traditional Chinese medicine and the Qigong and the Tai Chi. I wasn't quite sure what to bring. So I'm a doctor of Chinese medicine, so it's my passion. And I thought, well, I'm not sure who is going to come to this particular talk. So whether we're going to get a lot of public or where we have a lot of people that understand Qigong and Tai Chi a lot, and whether I'm talking to other practitioners or I'm talking to people who haven't ever done anything before or this is new to them. So I thought I'd try and sort something practical, something that it could be a takeaway for people who don't know much about traditional Chinese medicine or Qigong. And I thought I'd do something really simple, which is the 24-hour clock. 24-hour body clock, and because I think it's really a useful understanding of, we've talked about this field, our body, and our experience inside this force, and then it has a way it works, and the way it works in this planet with the rotating of the planet and the sun and the moon, that the energy travels in our body over a 24-hour period during this time, and I thought it might be fascinating to do that, and it's quite prevalent to human beings and how they live their life and how they can get the most harmony in their body. So I'm going to do that. So hopefully that's useful to some people. As I say, some of you have probably heard a lot of this before, so it'll be a bit of revision and you're very welcome to question anything I say. So it goes right back to the Han Dynasty when they first started mentioning about the flow of qi, or the daily flow of energy in our body. And it's mentioned in the Hangdi Neijing as well. They talked about that. They talked in the Xianlong, they talked about it. But it became more prevalent in the Tang Dynasty, which is about 600 AD, I think, somewhere around there. And that they really formalized this whole concept of this qi moving through the body. So the theory is our qi moves around our body in a circular motion through all the 12 meridians. It does a lot of other things too, but we'll stay with a nice simple one. And over a 24-hour period, it's meant to circulate through your body, they say 50 times. I don't know where they got the figure from, but I'll quote that figure, 50 times in a day. And the idea is there's an extra wave of energy that travels through each of the 12 meridians and during a 2-hour period during the day. So there's like this, the normal flow of energy, it's like the river traveling around your body, and it's all linked together with all the tides and all the rivers and all the seas all linked together. But there's this big, huge wave that goes through the body over a 2-hour period and goes from meridian to meridian to meridian to meridian over that 24-hour time. And that extra wave does extra functions for that particular meridian system at the time. It's like a turbo boost for the meridian. I'll use that terminology anyway. So I want to talk about that and about how that manifests in our body, and I'll make it nice and simple. I don't want to do I was going to do a PowerPoint, but I don't want to do that. Rather just sit and talk to you. So I thought it might be easier if I do that. So we're going to start with the lung time, which is always a good time to start because that's breath of life. So we'll start when we first start breathing. Now this, I just want to also say the 24-hour clock, it doesn't matter where you are in the world, because it's to do with the sun and the moon alignment with the planet and the rotation of the planet. It's got nothing to do with the time of where you are in the world. It's just a particular alignment that happens as the world rotates. Yep. So this energetic happens inside the world, and this energetic influence on the planet influences our body and influences the energy traveling through our body, like it does with the water traveling around the planet and the air traveling around the planet. Well, it has the same thing traveling around our planet. And so we'll start with the lungs. So the lung time is between 3 and 5 in the morning. So of course, the best time to do your breath work or do your practice, your breathing practice, of course, would be to 3 and 5 in the morning. but most people go, oh, I don't really get out of bed at 3 o'clock in the morning. But we'll talk a little bit about when you go to bed at night, and you might see that 5 o'clock in the morning doing some Qigong practice for the breath isn't so bad when you understand how the rest of it all sits together. And so we'll start with that. During that lung time, the lungs, they detoxify the lung cells itself. There's a whole detoxification thing that happens during that time. The lungs also distribute the energy to the kidneys, also to the spleen. They help with blood production during this time as well. So there's a lot happening during that 2-hour period between 3 and 5 inside the body. And the body's also detoxes itself before we wake up for our day and we start breathing different, because when we're asleep, we're breathing really quietly. So we're using not a lot of lung qi to do this. And the lung energy is used inside the body to help with the detoxification while we're sleeping. Yeah. From the three, it goes to 5 till 7 in the morning. Yep. Which is the large intestine time. And so it travels from one meridian straight into the next one. And so, of course, large intestine time would be the epitome of good time to have your morning constitution, which is what most people do anyway at the morning, because it's like the night cleaners come in early and then you empty the rubbish tins when you wake up in the morning, sort of, basically. And it's the last time that the body absorbs fluid out of the large intestine. It's the last time when they take clear fluid out of the large intestine. And then all the rest of the waste product is ready to be eliminated outside of the body. It also has a relationship with the lungs. Of course, the large intestine and the lungs are brother and sister as such. And it also has to do with digestion functions with the spleen and stomach. They're connected together as with the large intestine as well. So after we've done our morning constitutional, we've done our exercise first, we've done our Qigong between 5 or 3 to 5 or 4 to 5 whenever we wake up. We've just done our morning constitutional. Now we're ready to go. And so, of course, the way where it's going to go, of course, we need to fuel our body. So then it goes straight to the stomach. So now all the energy, this extra energy is in the stomach. So this would be obviously the best time to eat food. And to charge up, it's like filling your car up with petrol. You do it at the start of the journey, not at the end of the journey. So it's good to fill your car up to start off with to function. You've spent 8 hours, 9 hours of sleep during this time. So you haven't had any fuel since that time, except for the fuel from the oxygen. So the body will naturally be hungry. And if you've eaten early, you might not have eaten since 6 o'clock. So now you've got a whole 12 hours where you haven't had any fuel. So the body, in theory, should be quite hungry. And this is the time when all the energy is in the stomach to break the food down, which is logical. All the absorption takes place during that in the stomach as well during this time. And it sets ourselves up. It fuels ourselves for the rest of the day. The food not only fuels the stomach, it also goes to the spleen, goes to the kidneys, goes back to the lungs. The lungs and spleen share each other food. I'll explain that a little bit for people not too sure. So the lungs are one of our sources of energy with the oxygen, or the energy of the oxygen. And our food's one of the sources of energy with the energy of the food. Now, there's two different aspects of that. There's the food, the part that feeds the cells, that goes into the bloodstream and feeds the cells, but there's the energy of the food. And the spleen takes that off it, but we'll get to that next. So the next part would be the stomach also feeds the lungs as well. So it goes back to the lungs. They're all talking to each other to help the whole function happen, yeah? So there's from there we go from the stomach, goes to the spleen. So we've had our morning meal, whatever our particular dietary consumption is, first thing in the morning. And then it goes to the spleen. Now, the spleen, as I was saying, takes the food. This is traditional Chinese medicine concept or theory. The spleen takes the energy off the stomach, or of the food that's in the stomach, and it takes it away. And some of it uses for itself, so it can help the digestive function of the stomach itself. And then some of it goes to the lungs to help you breathe. And then some of it gets stored in the kidneys to help all the rest of the functions happy, because our kidneys like our battery in the body. So we've got all this happening all at the same time, so it's busy. And so the spleen's, one of its functions of the spleen, it's besides it helps to build blood as well, is that it aids mental clarity, and it also creative and contemplative concepts of a human being. The energy is funded by the spleen's qi. So the best time to have your board meeting or your creative meeting in the day is between 9 and 11, because that's when your spleen's got the most energy, and that's when your mind's the clearest, because it's got the most energy for cognitive functions. So we've gone from the stomach, we've got the food, we've gone to the spleen, we've had our meeting, and then the energy goes to the heart straight after that, which is obviously a great time to have lunch with your loved ones and contemplate life, because the Shen, or your soul that lives inside your heart, it comes into this world wanting to have experiences. It likes experiences, and one of the main things it doesn't have any discernment between wrong and right. It doesn't have any idea that one's wrong and right. It just wants the experience. It doesn't see one thing as good and one thing as bad. It just wants experiences. So it's about a good time to contemplate how you want to experience your life and what you'd like to do in your life, to have your experiences of whatever you'd like to do. It also helps with the blood consumption, of course. It nourishes the spleen, also nourishes the heart as well. But it's a great time to have that contemplative idea. The heart uses a lot of power too. So there's a lot of energy from the spleen goes to the heart, because the hearts use lots of power with every beat, with all the little synapses, with all the little spark plug sparks. It uses a lot of power in the body. So, and I think 6 out of the 8 extraordinary vessels all fund the heart's energy too. So it's got a lot of links to the battery pack inside our body. From 1 o'clock, so that's 11 to 1, so that's right through lunchtime. So it's a good time to have lunch with your loved ones, as I said. So straight after that, it goes to the small intestine. So that's a logical step, because of the food you've had for breakfast as such, by the time it leaves your stomach, depending on what you have, it can take a few hours to get out of your stomach into the large intestine. And it's interesting that the way it's set up, that the large intestine could not only have your breakfast in this time, the small intestine has your breakfast, because by the time you have your breakfast 3-4 hours later, it's in your small intestine. Then if you have your lunch between and the heart time, now you could have 2 lots of meals in your small intestine at the same time. And that's why the spleen has all the power at that time to help the digestion of 2 meals. That's the theory. I just think it's miraculous how this is set up, that this actually works in a particular way that helps the function of a human body inside this physical form, to get this physical form to work really well. And if we follow these natural ways that it was set up, everything works really cleanly. Everything works efficiently. It stops a lot of the disease and dysfunction of the body if it's set up like that. But this is not easy to do, because lots of people in the world don't live in this sort of time zone, and they don't live with these dietary constraints, or do they have meals regularly, or do they do what I'm talking about. But what I'm suggesting to people is to try it. For people who are watching, if you've never tried the 24-hour clock idea of food and how it moves through the body and how the energy moves through the body, try it. You might find that it regulates a lot of things in your life by maintaining this. So after the small intestine and all the digestive functions happen in the small intestine, well, the small intestine is also about mental clarity as well. The small intestine has a lot to do with the heart, and it's good for discernment, good for decision making. It all happens from the energy of the small intestine. From the small intestine, it goes to the bladder, which is the 3 to 5 in the afternoon. And without knowing, most of us will probably go to the men's room and to the women's room during this time, because it's a time when the bladder is full of fluid. It's the last time it absorbs the last part of its fluid from it as well. And so it purifies all the water and takes out all the toxins, separates all the pure from impure, and the body flushes it out during that time, which is also from that time. It's also taken the fluid from the breakfast and taken the fluid from the lunch, taken all the clear fluids, all the good energy fluids from it, and all the waste. By the time it gets to 3 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, it's ready to get rid of all the water it doesn't want. Yeah, pretty much. I hope I'm not talking too fast. I'm a Kiwi, so we speak really fast. And I know I've only got 40 minutes, and this is an hour. This is an hour presentation. I'm going to try to cut it out in 40 minutes. So I'm doing my best. I'm sorry if I speak too fast. I always tell my students, I said, I'm a Kiwi, and Kiwis have this tendency to mumble. So when we talk, we mumble, and when we get excited, we mumble faster. So I like to apologize if I'm mumbling too fast. Yeah. So we're to 5 till 7. Now, 5 to 7 is the kidney time. And as I said before, the kidneys is like our battery in the body. And it charges us out. Remember, it gets energy from the food, from the spleen, and it also gets energy from the lungs when we breathe. So it's quite happy about that. But it also funds all the function of everything else at the same time. It's like the battery that gives everybody else its energy. It regulates the fluids. It has lots of functions, regulates the fluids. It talks about the hydration levels inside the body. It monitors that during this time. It has it does emotional well-being during this time as well. It balances the yin and yang during this time. It's a big player in our whole body. It also has function in cleansing the blood during this time as well. So if we were going to do physical activities, like if you wanted to go for a swim or go to the gym or do some physical activities with your body, it's a great time because you have most energy in your kidneys, which is where your power is, during that time. And I remember, I have a story about this. I remember working a long time ago. I worked in an old folks home. And I couldn't get over, I was teaching the class and I couldn't understand why Marge was chasing Harry around in the old folks home. And I said to the carers, I said, what's this about all the people? I said, oh, they're always like this time of the day. They're all frisky. And I understood why, because their all kidneys are full. So they've got a lot of life force running around inside of them at that time of the day. It's funny. And I have a son, I have a young son as well. And I think, well, we're trying to put him to bed at 7:30 or 7 o'clock, and that's the time he's got the most energy. It's difficult, and I understand why it is now. So we finish with the kidney time, and then we move into the pericardium. Now, the pericardium dispels toxin in the blood, and it also protects the heart. And so in Chinese medicine, our mind sleeps in the heart at night time. It's an interesting concept. It's like our hard drive, and this is like our desktop. And when we shut our desktop down, it all goes into your hard drive. In the morning, you wakes up and all your senses come back open and all your desktop opens. That's a basic way of seeing it, but it's similar. So it prepares itself for sleep, and it prepares the heart for sleep. It's a good time to unwind and relax because it's getting ready for sleep. Because in Chinese medicine, the premium time to be in bed is 9 o'clock at night. And I'll talk a little bit about that in a second when we get to that, which is the next one. And so it's preparing itself for that. It unwinds itself, it de-stresses itself, it takes the pressure off the heart. It remembers everything that it's learned during the day, and it helps the heart recall the experiences it had during the day during this time. Then we go into the Sanjiao, the triple warmer, Sanjiao. Now, the Sanjiao is interesting because it doesn't actually have an organ as such. It has divisions inside the body, the upper and the middle and the lower jiao. And during this time, it balances the heat inside the body. It cleanses the connection between all the different jiaos at the same time during that. And it's the least time where there's any metabolic action or activities in the body. It's the least time there's anything happening in the body. It's the quietest time. It's believed that that's why it's the most crucial time to go to sleep, to go to bed at 9 o'clock. And they believe that between 9 and 10 is equivalent of 2 hours sleep, and 10 to 11 is worth another 2 hours sleep. And so now you're getting 4 hours sleep, or quality sleep, deep sleep, in a 2-hour period, only if you do one thing you've got to do before this, and that's you have to eat early. Because you have to go to bed at 9 with an empty stomach, because if you've eaten at 8 o'clock, you go to bed at 9, you're still digesting food at 11, so you need to go to bed earlier. So then you have your lunch or dinner at 5, 6, or before 6. So by the time you get to 9, there's no food in your stomach, so the body can just shut down, and then the body goes in deep sleep. And they've done studies on this about how much deep sleep you get during that time, as long as you haven't eaten, as long as you don't have food inside your system. So those are premium sleep hours, and I'm not doing that now because it's late now, and I'm looking forward to going to bed. But we'll go back to that. So normally I go to bed early because I like to go to bed early because I like the dream state. I like being in the other world, which is fun, which we were just talking before about. And so straight after the Sanjiao time is the gallbladder time. Straight from that goes from the 11 to 1, the gallbladder time. Now, the gallbladder is a very small organ. It does its cleansing process during this time, but the first part of the gallbladder 2-hour period, it doesn't do a lot. It stores bile made by the lungs, and it does that at the second half of it from 12 to 1 generally. I mean, they've recorded this. But the first part, it just cleanses itself out, does its detoxification. The gallbladder has a lot to do with if the gallbladder is functioning and the energy of the gallbladder is strong because it's a big meridian. It has a lot to do with decision-making, confidence, and decisiveness. So it's a good thing to keep nice and well in our body. And so this first hour is seen as that's also another hour that is very little function happening in the body. So that between 9 and 12, they see that each of those hours worth 2 hours each. So that's 6 hours between 9 and 12 if you don't eat early, as long as you eat early, as long as you do eat early. And so you get your premium sleep 6 hours before you get to 12 o'clock. Those hours are like prime sleeping hours, as long as you've eaten. So after that, of course, the gallbladder stores the bile that comes from the liver. And then 1 to 3, it all happens in the body. The night cleaners come in and it activates the liver. And the liver does its complete detoxification during this time, gets rid of the toxins. It cleans out a lot of the waste products out of the blood. It cleans the blood. I think it filters something the equivalent of 9 liters of blood every day, and it creates 1 liter of urine, waste product of urine, and most of it happens during those 2 hours. And so that's cleansing, purifying the body, and at the same time, it does a few other things too, which is really important. It also breaks down the hormones to inactive form so they can be excreted out of the body. So it gets rid of the hormones rushing around the body, all the fight and flight. That's the time it does that, as long as the liver's strong and healthy. But if the liver's not, then it's going to struggle with that. You wake up and the hormones are still going. It has a lot to do with the blood. It has a lot to do with the blood. It also expels toxins out of the blood, but it also has to do with blood production as well. So what's my time? I've done well. So I've done rush through
Doing very well.
It's a huge subject, so I've narrowed it down and made just the highlights to that. And I thought it might be useful to people to hear how our body acts in a day. So my key to this understanding, because now we're back to the lung time again, is if you have 6 hours between 9 and 12 and you sleep till 3 in the afternoon, you've had the equivalent of 9 hours sleep when you're 3 o'clock in the morning. And if you go to bed at 9, you'll find you will start waking up early because you're having this premium sleep time. As long as your liver, of course, is functioning well and it won't wake you up during the liver time. So we have this beautiful functioning that happens on the liver time, and you wake up and you feel fresh. You wake up and I refuse to be tired. I don't like being tired. I always wake up and want to be full of energy so I can do my practice and get on with my day and have my experience of life, whatever it is going to be for the day. And so I follow this clock quite regimentally, and it's made a huge change. And I've encouraged a lot of people to try this. And the feedback from it, I said, you have to do this for the rest of your life. Just try it for 3 weeks or 4 weeks and see how you feel. Go to bed early, wake up early in the morning. Because in the morning it's a beautiful time because everybody else is asleep. It's so quiet and so peaceful, and it's just such a lovely day. And I always say to people, don't answer your emails at 9 at night time on a tired mind or write things. Get up in the morning when you're on a fresh mind and answer emails in the morning, and do when you've got a fresh mind. It's a way better idea. And go to bed at 9. And if the more you sleep you have, the deep sleep, and the more your body restores itself during the sleep time, then the more time you spend in your dream state in that other world where you have the other experiences of life, which I really love. And I think if you're tired, you don't spend so much time in the dream state because the body's still too busy recovering, too busy detoxifying itself. Anyway, hopefully that's useful to the people who don't know much about traditional Chinese medicine. It's an introduction. It's a very large subject, what I've just talked about, but I hopefully got enough information from it. I didn't put a PowerPoint up, but if you want any information, I'm not sure how to contact Keith, and I can send you a document about all of that, what I've said today, and you can get that from you very well, and I'll send it out to you, or I'll send it to Keith and he can send it to you. I don't mind. So hopefully that's useful.
But Peter,
cheers.
Peter, wonderful timing. I've had 2 corrections because you mentioned 40 minutes. So I've had to actually say, no, everything's under control.
I love it. That's great.
So I'm really, really pleased with that, because you did ask me, what should I talk about? I said, I'm leaving it to people like yourself, the experts. And I think everybody learned something from that. And it followed on very nicely from Amalia. And I have a question from our friend, Rajiv Gupta. And let's just spend a couple of seconds before I introduce Gordon Ross. So Rajiv, what would you like to know?
Yeah, it's very interesting. I just wanted to know that this all flow that you describe in particular period of time, this all in the Western world is changed now. So is there any way to optimize it, and how would that work in practice?
Can you just, I missed a bit of that before you said optimize it. What was the question before then? I didn't quite
Your
catch it.
energy so your energy or chi, what we call now, people are becoming sedentary. So what was people were in nature, going out and recirculating this, and the time periods were probably right, because in old time, I know in India, people used to wake up at 4 o'clock, perhaps in China as well. But now people don't wake up that early. So the body system still works the same, but people's time of waking up and going to sleep is very different. If you see the young generation, they don't go to bed till 2 o'clock at night. How does that work? And has the body clock changed? If it has not changed, what can be done to adjust?
Yeah,
Peter, you have 1.5 minutes.
Thanks. I'll have a go. I will speak even faster. So that's a great question. So of course it's going to affect your energy, your levels, your chi levels, your emotional state, your physical state. It's going to affect everything because we're eating out of sequence. It's like people who do night shift. It throws their energy out. Their body's constantly trying to sort itself out. And people eat way later, and they eat food right in the middle when you're meant to be sleeping. So the body's adapted, because it's clever. The body's adapted to how it can get the best it can out of that. But if you want to go towards the way that the Chinese understood the premium way to get energy and to maintain this incredible life force and vitality, if you follow the clock, you get way more of it, and the vitality of life is just totally different. But the body will survive with the other one. It's just running like. It's running on half the amount of fuel it can get because it's out of sync. It's struggling with it. It's clever. The body's clever to try and work it out, but it's struggling. And I always say to people, don't take my word, try it and see how good you feel. And when people go to bed early, they say, "Oh my God, it's the best thing I've ever done. Thank you." And so I just say to anybody, just try it and just see how different you feel if you go to bed early and eat early. Yeah. Anyway, but thank you for your question. I'm not sure if that was a minute.
That's fantastic. Right, we jump. And I think that I would like to hear that you, Peter, and Dr. Wai-Ching meet up in the very near future and share your thoughts in following this wonderful energy that's around the world. Thank you very, very much.
Cheers.
And we jump from Bali to England and to a gentleman that I came across a short while ago, and I love to know that he spoke with Peter in Bali, and this man is lucky to take his holidays, which I'm now finding the insurance is too high. So over to you, Gordon.
Many thanks, Keith. And I have to say, Peter is one of the healthiest people I know. So whatever he's doing, I suggest you follow suit, because it's working for him. It was a wonderful trip to Bali, and it inspired, in fact, quite a bit of what I'm going to talk to you about today, because I had the opportunity to talk to Peter and Dave West at Tai Chi Bali. And really, that gave me a lot of energy to put together what I want to talk about, because I haven't got any background at all in traditional Chinese medicine. I need to make that clear from the outset. So my background is a doctorate in social psychology, so I'm coming at it from a different perspective. And yes, Tai Chi and Qigong are ancient wellness cultures, but they haven't made the same breakthrough that yoga and Pilates has made. We're way behind. I think we have to ask, why is that? Because they're just as beneficial, maybe if not more so. And in a sense, Fusion was set up a year ago, almost exactly to the day, to actually look at what we can do with some of these wonderful routines to get wellness and good health. And Fusion was set up with a few basic principles. It basically says that both Tai Chi and Qigong are wonderful aids to well-being, but in fact, they're better together than apart, although there's a tendency to treat them as separate. And I'm going to be arguing that, in fact, they're two sides of the same coin. Another belief is that actually they're difficult to learn. It's not something that comes naturally to students, and students need to spend a lot of time, 1 to 3 years typically, getting the foundations right. And they're difficult to learn, but good to practice. And that's an issue that I think we need to address. And another belief system I have is it's better to do a few things well than many things less well. So that gives you a little insight into what I'll be talking about. As I say, it was set up a year ago. The website went live today, and the YouTube social channel went live today as well. So I got up early, as Peter suggested, and I'm going to share my screen. So with a bit of luck, if this works, except I can't. Or maybe I need, okay. So this is a short PowerPoint presentation that will be on the website, and you can have a look at it. So as I say, Fusion's been going on 12 months and 1 week. And I'm going to start with the conclusions, because I think you don't want to wait to the end to hear what I've got to deduce from all of this. So here's the conclusions at the outset. In some ways, Tai Chi and Qigong have stopped evolving. They haven't evolved at all in the last 50 years. We're still doing exactly the same things we did 50 years ago. And so maybe we need to ask the question, what do we need to do to improve things? Certainly, very few people now, in my experience, practice daily. Most of it is weekly. So we're going to have slower progress than we would do otherwise. And in some senses, when I look at competitive Qigong and Tai Chi, in a sense, it's diverted the search away from peace to perfection, which I think is a pity, because I think far more people are looking for peace and not perfection. So no one discipline by itself delivers full benefits. The two presentations we've just heard show enormous depth and opportunity. And certainly for Tai Chi and Qigong, I think they're better together. Because at the end of the day, as a psychologist, we only have one mind and one body. And as the doctor said, most of us, 90% is water. So we're going to be influenced by the celestial objects. We're going to be influenced by the Earth spinning. We might not be very aware of it, but if we're 90% water, we're going to be as influenced as the sea tides are. So what I'm suggesting is we need a holistic approach, which echoes the first presentation we heard. And I'm going to suggest that there's an awful lot of really good stuff in the classical thinking on Tai Chi in particular, but it's been limited to 1 or 2 dimensional thinking. And with a background in Infocube and 3D interfaces, I think a simple 3D framework can evolve the classics. And certainly what used to be that you got the qualities of Tai Chi after 10 years or 20 years of practice, daily practice, I think can now be taught in a matter of months with the right approach to teaching. So here's just an overview of why I think fusion is different. This is something from my own teaching experience. There's a huge range of activities out there. We haven't included on this slide the yoga, the Pilates, all the other things that are available. This is just from the Tai Chi and Qigong world. And the blue arrows indicate what I do in my teaching. But there are other things as well. I don't do Shibashi, I don't do Bagua, I don't do much Yamzhong. But they're all disciplines that all have a quality with them. And when you teach students over a long period of time, in detail, these specific opportunities, resources, then after a while, I think that something special happens in terms of the tranquility, the peace, the well-being, mental and physical, and that is more than the sum of the parts. So by having a separation of Qigong and Tai Chi, we're actually making life difficult for our students. If we can overcome the historic fractions that have split these things apart and take a more inclusive approach to doing a structured routine along these lines, I think the benefits are not only faster and greater once people put the investment in. So doing some mind body centering is really important, doing things to move things forward. So if you take the one-dimensional elements of the classic texts in Tai Chi and the qualities that people get when they do regular Tai Chi and Qigong, these are all things that will be very familiar to experienced practitioners. But they're one-dimensional, and we can certainly make them two-dimensional if we wanted to. So we've all heard about sinking, Chen, expanding, Sung, letting go, Ju, listening, Kai, lengthening, Ding, releasing upwards. And those are qualities that students will get after many years of practice. But I think if you move beyond the one-dimensional thinking and start to think in two dimensions, then you can see that you get a plane of activity in terms of, say, Sung, say, grounding. We heard about the central axis, the spiraling aspect. If you take the assumption that we're all moving all of the time, then it's not surprising the energy is spiraling. The natural state is our bodies are full of energy and moving. And so it's using that as the foundation. Breathing, incredibly important in all the exercises that certainly I teach. And there are some things we can do to improve that. So by thinking of planes of activity, I think it will move the conversation forward. By thinking of planes of grounding, are you grounding more? Are you grounding less? Are you breathing more deeply? Are you breathing differently? Are you coordinating the breathing and the movement? So by moving beyond the one-dimensional thinking to two-dimensional thinking, and Peter and I had a lovely session in a restaurant near him talking this through, and it was a great brainstorm, and I think we helped each other, because basically you can see these planes of activity. Lengthening and Kai and Song are not polarity opposites. They're part of a dimension to do with letting go and lengthening. I'm not sure these are all in the right order, but these are just suggestions. This is a suggestion at this stage, and maybe it's a conjecture that has to be refuted, but this is something that we need to look at. So by thinking of planes of activity, by sinking and releasing, by expanding and listening, by lengthening and letting go, and grounding and breathing, we can bring those together in a much more holistic manner into a three-dimensional object. I mean, we're one person, we're integrated, we're holistic. So why don't we adopt our practice to reflect a holistic approach to Tai Chi and Qigong? So my background was very much in Yang family Tai Chi and classic Dao Yin Yang Shen Gong. Last 2 or 3 years, fascia flossing has become quite a topic. And last year, it seemed to me that one body, one mind, one continuum of all of these wellness activities gives you a fusion. And so the Tai Chi and the Qigong, which until now we've seen as separate, really should become fused because they're better together, holistic and integrated. And it gives the classics a twist to say, well, we're not isolated. All of this comes together when you practice well. And it seems to me that from my experience after 15 years of teaching, students can get this really quickly and get the health benefits really quickly, and they can advance through. So you'll see resources on the website that argue this activity, and that
Peter,
is
sorry,
me.
Gordon.
Yeah.
Gordon, just a couple of minutes, if you wouldn't mind, please. Okay.
Yep. No
Fantastic.
Okay, well, I've just finished. So basically, what I'm arguing is that the energies that we've been hearing about, these wonderful energies that we've been hearing about, if you can train people in specific, detailed ways over an extended period, they're going to get health benefits from doing the practice. And that has to be something that maybe deserves a lot more attention. But that, in a nutshell, is let's bring these things together and let's not separate them.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Gordon, I really appreciate that. And linking in with Peter in Bali was wonderful. I'm not sure at the moment. I just have to check because the next speaker should be Stephen Watson from Connecticut. And I have him here and say, hello, would you mind unmuting yourself, dear sir?
Hello,
Good.
hello. Welcome.
Hello.
Thank you for that presentation, Gordon. Appreciate that very much. It's very, very special.
Stephen, I just
Yes,
want to do
sir.
a quick introduction.
Please.
We have been in contact irregularly, but most professionally. And I appreciate that, if you don't mind me saying, you have had your health issues over the last few months, if not longer, but he has got his companion. I am amazed at this gentleman. My daughter still carries around the little tiger thing that she had as a baby, and she's now 52. So Stephen and Barely Bear, I was just going to spend a few minutes
I brought a
on
tiger
talking.
for your daughter too.
Oh, wonderful. Stephen,
Yes, sir.
over to you, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm supposed to follow that, I guess. Wow. Well, thank you, everybody, for doing this. Thanks for everybody I don't speak to directly, but I'm in connection to. So this is really important stuff. For me, when thinking about the Asian arts or Chinese arts, which is kind of where I'm from, and the Southeast Asian continent, the Indian subcontinent, and the arts there, what I see is a very fundamental starting point. The starting point in like a yogic practice is to reunify the sacred and the mundane, the earthbound and the heavenly, the body and the spirit, or we might say yin and yang. And in the Chinese arts, there's no starting point that says we're trying to reunify the yin and the yang, the body and the spirit, the earth and the heaven, or what have you. Instead, the idea in the Chinese arts is to recognize that we are in a state of duality, and how do we come into balance with that state of duality, which is in constant flux, and how do we work to rebalance the state as we find it. And so to me, that suggests that there's a real fundamental difference between, let's say, Tai Chi and yoga. Although from the outside they may look very similar, and they certainly adopt many of the same practices and values. One is about a reunification, a yoking with the divine, and one is about, hey, we have these two things that are separate, like anode and cathode, and this creates shifting, changing, which you could think of pessimistically and think this creates problems and challenges. And you can also think, well, this creates creativity, this creates movement and circulation. And so I think as a starting point, that's very, very important for us to kind of understand. And then what I think is important, if we think of these two types of communities, is that they have an understanding that they're starting from different places, but using many of the same tools. And how do they come together. So, for example, we have this principle that we talk about in the Taoist arts called Wu Wei, which is often translated as non-contention. And if we've set this up as, well, we have these two different industries, how do we get these two different industries not to contend with each other, but to work together? And one of the ways that I think that this is true is that we have science, which wants data and it wants provable outcomes. And then in the Eastern arts, we have the urge towards story, towards trust, towards art. And Wu Wei is the way that I would teach it is it's about listening, as we just heard in the previous presentation, as one of these qualities to expand and to listen. It has this quality of listening and understanding what forces are already at play and how we can, without forgetting our own plan, without forgetting our own path, without losing our own way, how can we work with what we find with the least amount of friction, but still move forward? And from the artistic side, the story side, the trust side, the Eastern arts, which I would say include Tai Chi and yoga, how do we meet science, which often argues differently than we might want to argue? I want to do this because my teacher said it works and there's a long history. That's good enough for me. And there's vibes. Those are cool. How do you measure them? I wasn't asking that. I'm into the vibes. And how can I work to meet science where it is without losing my own way? And I think that yogic traditions have something to teach about this. How do they resolve or reunify the sacred and the mundane? Whereas the Taoist arts want to recognize and manage the duality world rather than reconcile the duality worlds. And so Wu Wei, I think, is a really important concept for us when we have these sort of community dialogues, which propose, well, the sciences want experimental data and provable outcomes in order for insurance to cover it, this sort of thing. Whereas, hey man, I feel better when I do Qigong. That's good enough for me. Or my teacher said, this has to do with the kidneys, so I'm doing it. And science is saying, well, you could say it's about the kidneys, but I'd like to see the data. How do we not lose ourselves trying to meet science's expectations and demands, which are fair? And how do we meet those without losing ourselves? How do we allow them to meet us without changing who we are? And for me, the model for that all of these traditions have, whether they're yogic or TCM or Taoist traditions, Chinese arts, such as is my background, I think the model for this is meditation. And in meditation, which is something that all of these arts touch on, we have a beautiful, irrational, perhaps, acceptance that we can have duality and non-duality at the same time. We are not trying to reconcile one or shift from one to the other. It's like having a cold plunge and a hot tub, and the meditator is happy to have both. It's not one or the other, it's both. And I think where we can meet in meditation, which is to say, I return to oneness in meditation, or I recognize that I have a singular experience of stillness, but the body is a moving being. Or I am practicing moving meditation and I'm really tuned into the moving, but all movement revolves around an axis of stillness. Meditation doesn't meet this irrational description and say there needs to be resolution. These are waters in which the meditator swims. And I think that because both the Chinese and the Indian communities each practice meditation, and each practice meditation where there's a balance and an acceptance of irrational and rational, or artistic and scientific. I think that's the Venn diagram of the two practices, and to the extent that our meditation can show us the way towards non-contention in our interaction, where we don't lose ourselves and we gain another. That is my argument. Meditate more. If we're going to understand each other rather than just speak our own voice, then we have an opportunity to really communicate with one another, really grow, not just support our ego in the argument for what we do. It's very easy. I could get on this talk and just say, let me tell you why my style of Qigong is the answer, or something like that. And that doesn't further the argument. And if it doesn't further the argument, it doesn't further the species. If it doesn't further the species, it's not going to further the earth. If you want to meditate with me, you can follow that. Keith, how did I do on time? I have a puppet show ready.
Okay, right, let's do the Tom and Jerry show then. But you have at least 5 minutes or so thereabouts, okay? If you wish to carry on, which I'd be
Are there any
questions?
Any questions you want me to address?
Well, let me ask the people that are on the session if there's anybody here want to ask a quick question of Stephen.
Yeah, I tried to do that a little quickly to help you not
that's all right.
We've had the thread of the whole thing.
We've had a Kiwi on and he speaks too fast anyway. Anybody with a quick question? All right. Okay. Stephen. Oh, yes. Sorry.
Yeah, I'd have a quick one, Keith. I mean, Stephen, what would be an example of you meditating and getting those sorts of stillness qualities? I mean, can you just give us what your daily routine might look like? Would it be 5 minutes or 5 hours?
Sure. Yeah. So my daily routine is about 2.5 of standing, 2.5 hours of standing meditation. And so the standing, one of the references that we have is that the experience unfolds, moves, blossoms, shifts, circulates, whatever the language happens to be. But the witness to that experience is still. If the witness is not still, the experience is not in focus, right? But if I try and turn the lens on the witness, I can't find the witness, right? It would be like looking in a mirror and it's clear, oh, there's somebody there. If you turn around, you can't see that person, right? So we infer the witness that is stillness. But if the witness that is stillness is comes into foveal vision, then something else is stillness, and now that is apt to be moving. A more mundane way to do that is to kind of tune into the skeleton and kind of experience the circulation and the movement, certainly the movement of the breast and the movement of the heart. But we might even recognize the tissues as they come out of relative tension as we meditate. There's movement of the tissues that is in relation to stillness. One example of this is if you and I are walking side by side at the same pace, just magically, mathematically at the same pace, it's harder for us to perceive each other's movement. And when we perceive it, it's because the background is still. And it's always a relational recognition of movement. So if we posit that there is movement, then we are necessarily positing that there is stillness, even though it's hard to assess the stillness for sure. So the two of us without a background, like an indistinct background, it's harder to judge movement, right? So if you look at a video of the space station, which is 27,500 miles an hour, it's hard to perceive the movement of it because we don't have a tree in the background or a dog. It's very, very difficult. So I like to use sort of the skeleton in relation. The beauty of this kind of yin yang or shushur or stillness and movement or mundane and sacred is that it's fractal. So whatever you ultimately recognize as still, you can then, per the yin yang, you can see that, well, some element of that is moving and some is still. And if I want to look deeper and deeper, I keep seeing a yin yang no matter what I do. Which this one turns, so I can't really show you the yin yang. Anyway,
Stephen,
and similarly, if I come out, it's also yin yang, right?
Stephen, we
Yes.
have two hands
Thank you very
raised.
much.
Okay, two hands.
One is from a friend of mine who actually owns up as living in Wales, and it's Frank. All right. Afternoon,
Hi, Frank.
You can just
Hi,
quickly
Bill. I
answer.
see you too.
Hi, Bill, as
Yeah.
well. Yeah, hi, Stephen. When you're talking about movement within meditation, would you class that microcosmic orbits, chi movement while meditating, would be movement?
Correct. So that Zoltian, that microcosm or macrocosmic orbit, is a type of movement, right?
Yep.
But let's say you're practicing your microcosmic orbit in the anteroom of your workout hall, because there's another class going on and they're doing sword form or something. It's very clear to everybody that you're still and they're moving.
Yep.
But if we just look at you, we could say, well, your sort of physical mass is relatively without momentum.
Yep.
But of course, you're doing something very active.
Yes.
So you might say, oh my God, that was so energizing. And we're like, dude, you were just sitting down, right?
Yep.
So yeah, here's the interesting thing about movement, right? Or stillness or yin and yang. No application of the term yin and yang ever sufficiently applies to the thing that you believe it applies to.
Yeah.
To describe something as yin or yang is only to describe relativistically. So if I call you still, it just means that I'm moving more than you.
Yeah.
And if I go into a coma, then I would call you active, even though you're meditating. But calling you still or calling you movement only tells you something about me, right? That's why I think you're handsome, because look at me, right?
It's relativity.
It's relativity. Exactly right. Exactly right.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Look
Frank.
at how blessed I am. I get to have a complete newbie to Tai Chi. What is it? Bill Douglas. Okay, tell us, Bill Douglas. Have you ever tried Tai Chi?
I'm bringing in the big gun, Stephen.
Hey, I love you, Bill. So good to see you.
Hey, Stephen. Good to see you too. Hey, Keith.
Hi, Bill.
Yeah, I did try Tai Chi. It's the coolest thing. Took me a while to stick with it, though.
Yeah. Just a couple of moments and that'd be fine. Stephen,
You got a question, Bill?
Well, I wanted to ask you something. Have you ever messed with the Muse headband? There may be other things that do that too, but I found that to be just an excellent thing, because it was like, when I was I do Neigong energy, kind of like Vipassana yoga.
Yeah.
And so that's our meditation. And, it's like I would get into alpha state, because that's kind of the
starting point,
the end zone of meditation.
Yeah.
But it was like hit or miss. But when I started using the Muse headband, it was like, it would tell me when I went into alpha, and then I would think, oh, that's what that feels like. Oh, and it helped me.
You were kind of using it
and
as
I realized
like a biofeedback, so it helps you find the state reliably.
Yeah, and then the other thing that it did was it really brought home to me the pineal gland, the center of the mind, where we let go.
Have you tried it with an Edgley wheel?
What was that?
With an Edgley wheel, you might have a similar experience if your eyes are Egley. If you look for an Edgley wheel, similar kind of thing. Although I like yours because I can stay kind of internal for the meditation.
Yeah,
Gentlemen,
all audible.
Correct.
If you don't mind.
I love you,
Stephen,
Bill. Thanks.
Fantastic, very much, and I appreciate it. I'm delighted that we speak a similar language. Very last question from Rajiv, quickly, please. And then I'd like to move on because we have a problem with Indian connection, and I will be moving on to a 35-minute video very, very shortly. So
Hello,
very quick
Dr.
one, please,
Gupta.
Rajiv.
I'm a medical doctor from the Western medicine or modern medicine, and I find it interesting, but on the other hand, I would be keen to know really how does it fit with the modern medicine or Western medicine or the allopathy medicine, whatever you call it, and which conditions actually it will help apart from a general wellness perspective.
May I jump in there, Stephen, if I may, please?
Please.
Is that one of the most difficult tasks we have, although the subject matter today is ancient health cultures, mainly China and India, is that I've been putting a small other word in there, is Western, because we know that having our own personal feelings from anything that we might do, whether it's Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, Ayurveda, anything, is that the Western mind, the Western scientific mind, will say, well, please prove it. And therefore, we need evidence. Now, we have a lovely speaker coming later on, Dr. Roger Jahnke, and he and I had an agreement written sometime in 2015, I think.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah.
And we spoke is that we need evidence base. So, Rajiv, I think with our connection between you and I and the organization that we're working with, is that, yes, it's high on my agenda. Earlier on, I wrote down falls prevention. One of the difficulties I find is how can we actually quantify by doing a certain exercise, whether it's Indian or whether it's Chinese, how can we quantify that by doing X, whatever X is, how can we actually save Y to the nation?
Yeah.
Very, very challenging. So I'm asking people, and during the next activity, which is this video, is that we do touch on this subject for our quality, our professional standards.
So, Dr.
which,
Gupta, one way that we might kind of address your question coming from a allopathic medicine point of view is to think that so many things that we do are based on measurable data. But one of the things that is unavoidable in medicine is that we have to assess, address, and express pain. But we don't have a reliable way to understand the data about pain. So, of course, we end up self-reporting pain and, scale 1 to 10, this sort of thing. And yet science or Western medicine recognizes that can't be ignored just because it's not easily measured. And I think that the methods by which Western medicine is beginning to address pain management, let's call it, I think very similar kind of pathways are going to be how we start to talk about things like Qi or meditation or vital stillness states, that sort of thing. And I think that language and facility with language will develop through the sort of the valuing of pain as a not just data point, but let's call it a data field that's intrinsic to Western medicine.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, I'm going to move on now, and we're just going to have a video which I hope you feel is not too low level, because it moves from pure, well, some questions that I raised, and I'm pleased to let you just watch the video.
Mark's great, Phil and Mark.
Okay, let's go.
At CIMSPA, and I'm joined by a brilliant panel, and we're delighted to be sharing some information with you today. So what we're going to be looking at is talking about the opportunities and really highlighting the benefit for the Healing Our Earth international community to engage with CIMSPA and some of the broader benefits that can provide. This session is roughly aimed at being half an hour long, and as already mentioned, I've got a panel of experts to really bring this to life. So I'm just going to introduce our panel just now. So firstly, I'm delighted to be joined by Keith Sharp. Hello, Keith. How are you doing?
I'm pretty good, thanks. Yep, not too bad.
Great, and Keith is an independent facilitator in this space. So Keith, I don't know if you want to bring that to life a little bit more.
I will, as much as just I'm based in Southampton, and I've been dealing with CIMSPA now since 2017, and the aims and visions remain the same. I run or founded the Tai Chi and Qigong Alliance UK, of which I'm really the only member now, and my aims are to have the government at the end of the day recognising suitable forms of Tai Chi and Qigong for the health of the nation.
Oh, well, it's brilliant to have you with us, and we'll certainly be hearing a little bit more from you very shortly. We've also got Mark Peters, and great to have you with us, Mark. Mark is a Tai Chi and Qigong, I'm always very nervous pronouncing these, so please bear with me, specialist and also business owner and partner, a training provider partner of CIMSPA. Hello, Mark.
Yeah, hello, Philip. Yeah, that's exactly it. I'm a Tai Chi and Qigong specialist. I've been training for 40 plus years, teaching for 30 years. I'm a CIMSPA training partner, provider for Tai Chi and Qigong, and I'm the owner and director of Midlands Tai Chi Rehab. And as the name implies, I'm based in Birmingham in the Midlands.
Brilliant. Well, again, great to have you with us today, and we'll be coming back to you shortly. And finally, by no means least, I'm also joined by Colin Huffen, who is the Associate Director here at CIMSPA of Policy and Professional Services. Hi, Colin.
Hi, Phil. Good to see you. I've never been described as an expert before, so I hope I live up to that today. So yeah, I've worked at CIMSPA for about 8 years now. I'm responsible for development of policy and standards and everything else that underpins the organisation. I've been working with Keith and Mark for, I can't remember how long, but quite a long time in terms of making sure that we're recognising and supporting the Tai Chi community as well.
No, and not being connected personally to this space so much, I do recognise it's a journey, but a really exciting one as well, as this space continues to emerge and grow and evolve. So we're going to get stuck straight into the discussion. I'm Keith, I'm going to come to you first, if that's okay. What are the popular translations of Tai Chi and Qigong?
Well, we have, we've got to go back a little bit into the mid-1800s when a gentleman called Thomas Francis Wade translated from the Mandarin to English. And also followed up at the end of that century was a guy called Herbert Allen Giles, both of whom were British scholars. And so we have a confliction a little bit in as much as that in the Western world, we use Tai Chi, T-A-I-C-H-I, but Qigong, which is really energy cultivation that I term, is spelled in a way that the Chinese don't really regard, which the need to Tai Chi, usually termed as supreme ultimate, and I do with March, which is called Tai Chi Chuan. So it's really to do with that. And the health well. Okay. So that's good for me. Okay.
Absolutely. Keith. Why are there different spellings?
I think that Tai Chi has been recognized as a major term for many years, but there seems to be a lack of understanding of Qigong, whether it's spelled the Wei Giles way or whether it's spelled the Pinyin way. And what we know is that Pinyin is from the Chinese government, but Qigong, spelled whichever way, is considered to be 3,000 4,000 years old and is the backbone. So you cannot really do Tai Chi without some knowledge of Qigong. So it's very important to recognise, and I've just used the term that our politicians use. It's really, really important that we understand that, all right? So there's many, many descriptions, and Mark will go on to it a little bit more in a moment, but there are hundreds and hundreds of interpretations of any system at the moment, and that's why we're trying to define them through the CIMSPA relationship. Okay.
No, that's really helpful, and such a vast history behind it as well. It's incredible. Keith, just final question, and then we'll go across to Mark. What is the Tai Chi symbol?
I think most people are aware of the black and white, like a couple of big fishes. Yeah, that one he's got on his chest. Yeah. Advertising is allowed. And the thing being is that where did it begin? We don't know. I think that's the answer. There's many interpretations, but primarily yin-yang is the balance between positive, negative, feminine, masculine, hot, cold, dark, light. But if you look at it, is that many people don't understand that black is yin. But within that black, there is a little white dot. So it's got a balance of yang in it. Similarly with white is yang and has a little black dot in it. And it actually follows the cycle of the 24 hours. It's normally recognized as yin-yang symbol, but it only becomes the Tai Chi symbol when it is encircled completely. So if you've got them floating around, they're yin and yang, but if they're encompassed in a circle, they're called the Tai Chi symbol. And it's one that people actually have tattoos on, and I think it's to do with good and evil. And that's not right. It's completely opposite. All right? Okay. I don't know where Mark wants to add anything to that.
I will. Okay. So I mean, the symbol, the yin yang symbol, is actually called Tai Chi 2. So in the Chinese name for Tai Chi 2, so it gets used for Tai Chi, and it's become, as Keith points out, it's on my shirt here with the black and white in the almost two fish swimming and moving from small to large. It's accepted across the community to mean Tai Chi.
Fascinating. That certainly improved my own understanding of it, which was closer to, Keith, what you described as the misinterpretation of the symbol.
If I may add, just to the side, because I know you're going to edit this at some stage, is that my wife and I were in Nashville, and walking down the road, there was a lady who was a busker. And she had a Tai Chi symbol on her arm. She had it, and I said, "What do you think this is?" And she said,
derivatives of one of those 5. So when someone says they did a 24 step or 54 or this or that or family, it was derivative of one of those 5. As Keith mentioned earlier, Qigong is overarching that. So you could say that all Tai Chi is Qigong, but not all Qigong is Tai Chi, meaning that Qigong translates as breath exercise or energy, and we'll come to that later. And so for Tai Chi to work, it has to have yin yang, energy exercise, and move from there. The Qigong, so then that would fit. That's why when we wrote the 2 national standards, when I worked with CIMSPA to develop 2 national standards, it was to identify more clearly the key elements, the requirements to call something Tai Chi, and the key elements and requirements to call something Qigong. Because breathing in and out, you can say, oh, that's breath exercise. Yeah, but breathing in and out doesn't make it Qigong. The same as moving around slowly doesn't make it Tai Chi. So there are underlying principles which are in the standards. Now, in terms of Qigongs, there are just numerous styles, hundreds of styles. And they're really categorized into medical, martial, spiritual, and even aerobic. So they're more modern styles like Shibashi, you would call as more active, so therefore more aerobic. People might look at Qigong as a spiritual discipline through Taoism or Confucianism, or they might look at it as a martial one, as I did when I first started, training in Tai Chi as a martial art, and so we did Neigong. It's really down to how you want to apply it, I guess.
It's really interesting, and it sounds a little bit like the way language has evolved and developed. And I just wonder, whilst it's not on our kind of scripted questions, whether there was much in the way of correlation between those 5 key forms of it and the even sort of more granular and colloquial type interpretations of that. Whether I've not asked that question particularly well, but I wonder whether there was any correlation in where a particular style is prevalent, because we're talking about a global discipline.
Yes, absolutely. And Tai Chi is generally originated in northern China, so it's the northern style of martial arts. So as a martial art, it's much closer, more like wrestling. So it's more of a grappling art. But then as it spread across regions and then across countries, it's nuanced by particular people, their own interpretations or their own influences. Chen is quite explosive, and then Yang became more circular, and then became softer as they moved to Shanghai and started teaching more family, made it much more gentle. And then Sun style incorporated Bagua and Xingyi. So yeah, it became nuanced, much like language. And you can see each style of Tai Chi has a different flavor. And there's an old saying, I think it's attributed to Yang Qing Fu, which is not all Tai Chi is real Tai Chi. Real Tai Chi has a different flavor. And that really does emphasize what you're looking for in the qualities.
Yeah, no, that's brilliant. Thank you, Mark. And why should the government and the population at large use Tai Qigong?
Because Tai Chi and Qigong, realistically, although I originally trained it as a martial art, now I would call it self-defense for life. So it's in effect musculoskeletal rehabilitation. It's designed on the effective and correct functional use of your body and mind. In terms of the government's use of it, it's so low cost and so low risk. If you did a risk assessment, short of lying down, there isn't anything less risky than Tai Chi. And everybody could do it, and no special equipment is needed. And there isn't, and you can pretty much type into the internet any medical condition and Tai Chi, and there's a research paper on it. So it's highly researched, highly evidenced, easily accessible. National organisations like Tai Chi for Great Britain, CIMSPA, are bringing that all together so people can access it anywhere.
Well, in a world where we're often crippled by risk factors, that's a pretty compelling sell, completely. Colin, I'm going to come to you.
I was just going to jump on the back of that, if that's okay, before we go to my question. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I've been working with Keith and Mark for some time, but obviously one of the things that we know is going on in society is people are increasingly becoming more unwell than they were before. So we know that the number of people with long-term health conditions is increasing and is going to continue to increase. And with that, obviously, comes a whole host of burden on healthcare services, health and social care services as well. So around our preventative medicine agenda, the opportunities that Tai Chi brings for people in terms of preventing those long-term illnesses or managing those long-term illnesses is unreal. It's absolutely amazing. And what we tend to do, I might get struck off for this, but we tend to push people towards gym-based activity. So in a lot of referral schemes, we will say, well, I'm feeling unwell. Doctor says, okay, well, you need to do some exercise. And they'll go, well, here's a ticket to go to X, Y, and Z facility. And as we know, many people don't want that. They want either activity in their own home or in their community or in a place that's more welcoming to them, feels like they've got similar types of people to engage with and work with and take part in physical activity with. And really Tai Chi is that opportunity for lots of people. And I think it's a massively underutilised opportunity that we all should be getting behind and making sure that we are signposting to these people that these activities that are unbelievable in terms of improving people's health as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I can pick up on that again. I'll discuss research a little bit later. But if I pick up an example that Colin just mentioned, I had a contract for 4 years pre-COVID, working with people with COPD, so chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, to various respiratory conditions. And until we were involved teaching Tai Chi, they were all told to do circuits. So they would do sit to stand, walking, treadmill, a bike, and so on. And then we were asked to come and help, and so we introduced them to Qigong. And there were people in their 70s said, I can't go on a treadmill, I walk slowly 4 miles an hour, and it starts at 4, so I can't do that. And said, okay. And as soon as the consultants left, we just carried on doing Qigong and got them all active. And we found the heart rate was increasing, but they weren't desaturating, they weren't losing oxygen. and so people want to take part more actively because everybody can do it. And then it became an effective alternative to gyms and circuits. And ultimately, the NHS is about choice in theory. It's having the choice of finding the most active method, inclusive method. And we even did one of the projects working with the Dartmouth Cube score, and that measured people's social interaction as well as physical activity. And that showed a massive improvement in reduction in anxiety, social improvement, social interaction, as well as increased fitness, all because we did an exercise that they could actually take part in.
It really is fascinating, and a whole new world to me just thinking about this, because from what you're describing, it's something that's incredibly accessible to all manner of different population groups and individuals. Very low risk, very low stress, but actually benefit wise, very significant. Yes. No, that's great. Thank you very much. And Colin, I'm just going to come back to you around the profession and really the opportunity to work in this space. Should Tai Chi and Qigong for health and well-being be a profession, and how do we achieve it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I would talk on behalf of the Tai Chi community that I've worked with and say that they are. So everyone that I've come across acts professionally and is a professional and provides professional services in a way that we would all expect to receive them as well. So I think the categories of becoming a professional or being classed as a professional are in 4 key areas. So you have to be trained in line with agreed industry standards. We've got industry standards, we've developed those, they're available. You need to maintain your competency through regular ongoing training. I don't know, I've never met a Tai Chi professional that wants to learn more about their art and their craft, and that they spend time and money investing in themselves, investing in their practice as well, so they can provide a better service to the people that they're working with. And then the other bits is you need to be working in line with an industry agreed code of conduct. So therefore, when something does go wrong, or if there is somebody who's not quite working as they would expect, that the participant is protected and the instructor is protected as well. And you need to have a relationship with a regulatory body. So I think 3 out of those 4, I could confidently say that every Tai Chi professional that I've worked with and come across meets all of those things. The 4th one, we can provide that opportunity for people, and that's why we've been passionately working together on this to make sure that we can build something of which is right for the Tai Chi community and allows them to understand that they are a professional and give them the confidence that actually they are working in a way that they would be respected as any other profession should be as well. So when they go to socialise with their friends and they can call it, say, I'm a Tai Chi instructor, it is seen as a professional role that they're fulfilling. I think everyone values that role massively, but it doesn't necessarily have the recognition that it deserves. So by coming together and creating a profession with professionals, it allows that greater recognition of which we can then go and talk to the government about, well, actually, did you know that these people are professionals? They act in a professional way. They're similarly qualified and trained to the people that you employ in the health and social care sector. So therefore, referring out to them, you've got no queries there, no qualms whatsoever. These people absolutely fundamentally are supported, trained, competent, safe, everything that you would expect as well. So for me, that's why it's important, because by doing that, we can create more opportunities for people to access the activity. So ultimately, we want people to take part in this, as we've just spoken about. And by providing the people with the wraparound support to be professionals, we can gain greater confidence from both themselves and from the participants and from the wider decision makers as well. So yeah, it's a bit of a passion project for all of us, I think.
Yeah, I think if I can just add something there, is that a couple of weeks ago I took part in an organisation called International Tai Chi Instructors Association, and it is by those people that have devoted 40, 50 years, like Mark, to their activity. And I was asked if I had a question, and it was the question that Colin has just answered, but this was to a number of people in the States, high-ranking Tai Chi professionals mainly with a background in martial arts. And there was only 13 on the Zoom, but 6 of them immediately had to accept that, yes, it is a profession. One of them was an acupuncturist. And I said, well, you charge for it. You have to belong to the acupuncturist society or whatever. But what was incredible was none of them had any succession management. It was unbelievable that people in their 70s and 80s, one was 88, and he was only 3 years older than me. And he said, well, we've never done that. I said, well, how do you think Tai Chi is going to survive? It has to be professional. It has to have the CPDs. So I'm just waiting for the feedback on that. And I think what Colin said is incredibly important, getting a message across, and the work that Mark has done, and another gentleman, Mark Price, was working with Colin to get the professional standards, is an enormous step forward. But the number of critics are out there. No, my system is better than yours and all that good stuff. No. And there's a joke on Facebook at the moment about Mr. Trump, and I don't talk politics, but it said a picture of him in nappies and said, my nappies are bigger than yours. I thought, yeah, that just makes sense.
Well, I was just going to ask Keith whether the 88-year-old chap in the States you were talking to was Joe Biden.
I'm pleased he wasn't.
Colin, you spoke about the importance of recognising this as a profession, and obviously both you and I work for CIMSPA, but I imagine there will be people watching this who perhaps have never heard of CIMSPA or come across. So I just wondered if you could just talk about who CIMSPA are and our role in all of this.
Yeah, no worries. Well, yeah, definitely. I wouldn't expect everybody to know who CIMSPA is. We're very early to this work with Tai Chi, and so yeah, we're not as arrogant to think that everyone would know. Oh, yes, exactly who we are. So yeah, so we're a charity fundamentally. We're a professional body. We're regulated by the UK government. We're on the Regulated Professions Register of organisations that can fulfil those functions of providing professional recognition status to people as well. So we want to make sure that the sector is all professionals working in the sport and physical activity sector are recognised and valued, and it's an inclusive sector that everyone wants to be part of as well. So that's I hate quoting vision statements, but that's our vision statement. But I think it really does sum up what we're trying to achieve here in terms of we often miss out on things as a sector because we aren't necessarily seen as recognised and as valued as some of the other sectors. So some government investment that may go into construction, engineering, science, technology, maths, things like that doesn't necessarily work for our sector, or we aren't included within those conversations. So we're all tirelessly working to make sure that we are included in those conversations, that we are seen as a profession which can have a massive influence and impact on people's lives, of which we do. So we know that, obviously, as I spoke about in the last answer, we've got people with increasing health needs, and inactivity is the 4th biggest killer in the UK. So if they put half the amount of money that they put into some of the other interventions that end up in death, then we would be in a good place as a sector, and we would see greater investment coming through to create more professionals and create more professions as well. So yeah, that's our role fundamentally, and that's why I think Keith and Mark have been very keen to work with us to make sure that we've got this representative voice for every Tai Chi professional alongside all the other professionals in the sport and physical activity sector. So therefore we can say, look, hang on a minute, we're over here, we're doing a great job, we're working it as you would expect us to, of which, being that regulatory body, we can then go and have those conversations with the relevant organisations to say, look, there's no reason that you shouldn't invest in this area, because actually it is acting as it should, and you would expect it to as well, and look at what we can do if you do as well. So we do lots of that work. We're part of something called the National Sector Partners Group in the UK, alongside a whole host of other similar organisations who go and talk to government about why physical activity is important and why they should be invested in preventative medicine and physical activity as well. And by us having a bigger collective voice, it opens more doors for us to talk to more people around providing greater access and providing greater investment into this area, because they will see a return. And governments are all about returns, aren't they? So especially at the moment, so we can physically prove to them that actually you will invest in this area, you will see a reduction in cost in other areas, but we can do that because we have the infrastructure and the personnel as a collective group of organisations that we can present them with data that Phil provides for me as head of insight as well. So we're in a really good position on that kind of things, and basically what we want to do is provide opportunities to have a relationship, for people to have a relationship with us, to enable us to do more of that type of work. So that's the purpose, or the raison d'etre, I suppose, of CIMSPA.
Yeah, and that joined up approach is really important. And, I know I can speak on behalf of my colleagues at CIMSPA in that we're really excited to engage more with the Tai Chi and Qigong community. Mark, come to you if that's okay. I'm very aware time is pressing. So should we concentrate purely on the scientific evidence or more the experience and quality of Tai Chi, Qigong?
Well, they're not really mutually exclusive. That's the thing, isn't it? They're not mutually exclusive. It's not the experiential experience, I suppose, anecdotal experience is massive. People like myself have been doing it for so long now that the anecdotal experience is massive to show its benefits and understanding and applying. But the scientific evidence backs that up. And when it comes in, more important is working with organisations like the NHS and through the support of CIMSPA. Scientific evidence backs up the anecdotal evidence, and it's really essential. And it also puts paid to some of the myths that people say, Tai Chi is good for your blood pressure, or Qigong is good for your blood pressure, but I never know how or why. They'll just say it, and when you ask them, actually, we've done some research, and it tells you about the impact on systolic and diastolic figures. We can look at blood cell elasticity. So scientific research supports the anecdotal research. And if in doubt, check the science would be the rule. I'm an engineer by background, and we always want to say three things, really. What's it for? How does it work? And how can we improve it? So all engineers are the same. What's it for? How does it work? And how can we improve it? And science gives you the opportunity to systematically evidence and research something. So that's a scientific model. How does it work? What's it for? Let's double check it and triple check it, and then show yes, that's absolutely true. But they really support each other. And it wouldn't be science without anecdotes to start with.
Very well put. Keith, I'm going to come back to you. How can we identify and source funding for prevention?
It's a real challenge in as much as not only is Mark from an engineering background, I am as well. And so the word prevention is natural to our backgrounds. We wouldn't send a ship, tank, infantry, or anybody else
to do some more activity, and then that investment is released, and then those participants try and find somebody who has the appropriate recognition, and then they're not there. Then actually the system doesn't work, does it? So we need to make sure that if we are going to keep knocking on the door and we get some success, that actually when those people go and try and find that activity, that the commissioners of that activity know that all the relevant things are in place. So the instructor who's delivering that activity does have the right qualifications, is ongoing CPD, has the right competency, etc. So that's why it's important from that perspective. That might not mean a lot to some people who really don't need to work in that way or want to work in that way. So there are obviously hopefully other benefits of partnering with us as well. So one of the main ones is if you're looking for employment within the sport and physical activity sector, then we have hundreds and hundreds of employers who will specify that the requirement to be a member of CIMSPA is part of the job. So if you're going to instruct in a physical facility, then they're probably going to ask you for that anyway. So that hopefully
for myself on this. So Keith, who are the real sort of target groups and populations that would benefit from Tai Chi and Qigong?
Mark and I started working together in 2016, and we've enjoyed a relationship which has been both informative and helpful between us. Both being engineers means that we can understand one another, whereas we have a number of people who, shall we say, degrade those of us who have trained as artisans. I have run classes, same as Mark, and you can say, well, the community, particularly those in areas of not social deprivation, but in areas not so well off, is that they need funding. So I started this with thinking about the over 65s in the UK, of which there are 12 million. And from a marketing perspective, which I had the enjoyment of being involved in through my career, is that you don't need many of those to make up a fantastic group of people who benefit. The benefits, I think, we need to quantify. And I draw back to the document. It's a PowerPoint slide that I did some years ago, which tries to identify specifics. And one of the specifics is falls prevention. And people are talking about falls prevention. Yes, we know that it does it. You only need to trip on a flagstone. So getting the over 65s, maybe over 50s now, into a situation that says, if you do Qigong or Tai Chi from these approved professional standards people, is that you can reduce this and you can actually quantify it. How much could you actually quantify it by? Well, really, return on investment of 2 to 5 is not bad. But the other one is really in the UK, and I talk from records that are on open data, is that how do we get people to recommend Tai Chi and Qigong from the national health point of view? And Mark and I have a slightly different view on this, but that's immaterial because it's the same driving force, is that there are 60,000 physiotherapists either employed directly by the NHS or working independently. Having them with a little bit of knowledge, they can do what they call now is pathfinding, social prescription, whatever. So there's a very large opportunity there for the Tai Chi personnel to have a base load, which is not making them professionals because they already are, but it gives them the opportunity to say, that would be easy as well. So they've got over 65s, falls prevention, physiotherapists, and wherever you like to, anywhere else. Good.
Yeah, but it certainly sounds like the benefits are broader than those groups mentioned as well, as we continue to better understand just how vastly beneficial it is. So thank you for that. I'm really conscious that we have run over. I do apologise. We sort of slightly anticipated beforehand, but just, I suppose, before we do end this session, any final comments to end and leave our viewers with before we wrap up?
All right. I think it would be nice if we were to identify, and I think this might be something you cut out at the end, Phil, in as much as that I would ask that the major decisions, such as press releases on a national basis, getting ICBs involved. I think I put forward, and I think Colin, I think mentioned this before, is that let's have a target, all right, of, let's say we increase our membership of Tai Chi and Qigong Union people over this 12 months, well, no, 10 months, 11 months. Let's say 50 people. Mark and I, sorry about this, Mark, we could probably identify 150 people who could be considered to be quality teachers of Tai Chi and Qigong, who then we could actually say, well, why don't we send out a little marketing document from CIMSPA? Please join us for the following reasons. All right. So maybe you can look at that at a separate time. Okay.
Thank you, Keith. Colin, Mark, any final comments to leave with?
No, nothing to add. Just thank you for inviting me to be part of the conversation.
Exactly the same. Thank you.
Yeah, indeed. Confirmed. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And we look forward to hopefully connecting with you very soon.
Well, the only thing I would say is that the 4-hour session on the 20th. Wow. Firstly, to those wonderful people around the world, I do apologize for the rather poor synchronization. That video started to last around about 45, 46 minutes, and I endeavored with my amateur activities to make it rather less. It came down to 39. So the messages are there, but I hope you can understand. We're still having problems, I understand, with our friend Professor Sharma in India. I don't see his name down anywhere. So we're going to cross the oceans again to our friend in Kansas, Bill Douglas. And Bill is the founder of World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, which is at the end of April, the last Saturday. And I think that Bill has done this for several years, and we celebrated or made a tribute last April, for 25 years. Incredible. So I just want to note that Bill is promoting the Global Transformation Project, and his desire is not to get involved with standards, certification. He wants to grow that organically. I'm fully in support of what he wants to do, but also working in parallel with those that are insisting on certification. So, Bill, I'm delighted to see you again.
You too, Keith.
And I look forward to listening to you for the next session. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much. One thing I want to lead off with is this book, The Gospel of Science, 2nd edition. And I'm not trying to sell it. I'm trying to give it away. And so on World Tai Chi Day all day, you'll be able to get this, the Kindle ebook version for free. And then also on the following Saturday, May the 3rd. And so everything that I'm going to be talking about, all the science is meticulously endnoted in here. So you'll be able to go to the web page if you get the book, and you'll be able to see the source data, the studies, the articles that all this science came from. And that's really important to get out to the mind-body community. So I thought I'd start this with a quote, and I think it was Bertrand Russell, but I could be wrong. And he said that truth is always simple, but humanity will stampede all over simple truth to get to something more complicated. And what this journey, this has been like getting close to a 50-year journey of Tai Chi and Qigong. And also just mind-body practices in general, because like, I know I'm not the only person, but over these decades practicing Tai Chi and Qigong, I've become aware of yoga and mindfulness and different meditation techniques. And you start to realize very quickly that they're all part of the same family. And what the data shows is that what they all have in common is they're able to bring the brain waves into the alpha brainwave state. And then when we practice it on a regular basis, we tend to operate more in a gamma wave consciousness, which is a higher level of consciousness, which the science seems to show what it does is it plugs us into the internet of existence so that we're open to greater insights and information. And so what all this science in the Gospel of Science 2nd edition leads to is the irrefutable realization that most of the world's problems could be solved by educating public education students, kindergarten through 12th grade, in mind-body practices. And so my research into the science, it started in my classes because I had doctors in my classes that were healing and getting off of different kinds of drugs and recovering from injuries and stuff. And so then they started handing me medical research. This is before Google, or before I knew about it. And the stack just got bigger and bigger. And so one thing to realize, one thing that's so important for the mind-body community to realize, all of us, Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, mindfulness, meditation, is the science is already in on this stuff. The idea that we have to have a certain amount more science before we realize that we should be educating public education children in mind-body practices, that's just not real. The reason that it seems like it's real is because our mass media, and in the United States, our government to a large extent as well, the regulatory agencies, they just willfully ignore this because they're pharmaceutical driven. And so let's just look at just one thing that we're all painfully familiar with, the COVID event. What the science showed was that the frontline healthcare workers who had high T cell counts, they were much less likely to contract COVID. And if they contracted it, they were much less likely to suffer severe symptoms from it. Now, what the data shows is that mind-body practices profoundly increase T cell counts on a large scale. And so we could be teaching school children all over the planet how to keep their T cell counts elevated, because they stay pretty elevated up to about age 7. That's when we lose touch with the alpha meditative state. As children, we're just naturally in an alpha meditative state most of the time. That's what the brain scientists explain to us. And so we could be teaching kids how to stay in touch with this, just very natural state of being, and dramatically boosting global immunity. One of the studies that I cite in the book was a university study, and they taught the swimmers on the university swim team how to do Qigong. And the Qigong group, compared to the control group of swimmers, had 85% less respiratory infections. So let's just, if we could just all realize the science is in. And one thing that I want to point out that a lot of people don't get, and I get to it in the book as well, in the Gospel of Science, is that scientists put their careers on the line to study mind-body practices and consciousness, because that is a taboo subject for researchers. And when you get into the book, you'll see what I'm talking about. And but they've done it. They put all their lives into just uncovering this science that you don't get through mainstream media, and you don't get through the medical community, because it's all pharmaceutical driven. So what we could be doing is we could be, according to Dr. Herbert Benson's research at Harvard, who was kind of a catalyst for me, as well as Ken Cohen's way of Qigong, where he approached this mind-body as a scientific, on a scientific level. But Dr. Herbert Benson's research showed that between 60 and 90% of the health issues sending people to the doctors are caused by stress and best treated by mind-body practices: Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, meditation, and mindfulness. And then a Kaiser Permanente 20-year study found that somewhere between 70 and 85% of the health issues sending people to their doctors were caused by stress. And so by educating public education students in mind-body practices, and we could do it with a 1 hour, what we're recommending through a United Nations, non-binding United Nations resolution, is we're advocating an hour a day where they would bring local Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, meditation, mindfulness teachers into the classrooms to teach children at age-appropriate ways. And that'd be really easy to do. So like for kindergartners, first graders, second graders, third graders, you could be teaching them animal Qigong, fun things. It has to be fun, because that's what takes you into the brainwave state that you want to achieve. And so how could schools do that? Well, they could contact local mind-body teachers in those 5 categories, and they could bring them in and interview them just like they would for any other job. And they could see, how they deal with the kids, and, do they approach it in a way that works well with their school. The other thing too, as I mentioned earlier with Stephen, is the Muse headband, which is relatively inexpensive, and it shows when you're going into alpha state. It gives you instant feedback. And so we could, schools around the world could be using the Muse headband to see whether the techniques that they're bringing in are actually helping kids get to the alpha state, because that's where all the magic happens. And so this could be very easily done. It's like one of the things that organizing World Tai Chi Day has taught us is that there are effective mind-body teachers in virtually every city all over the planet. It's all in place. And so what we want to do is we want to use the United Nations General Assembly as a vehicle to get the science that's already there out to public educators worldwide. And public educators, if you go to globaltransformationproject.org and look at the science, you'll see what I'm talking about, or if you read the Gospel of Science. And as far as from an educational standpoint, how do we sell it to educators? Well, regular meditators' IQs improve by 20 points. any teacher in the world who could look at a study like that and go, oh, we don't want our students to have 20-point higher IQs. I don't think you're going to find any rational teacher that's going to think that way. And then at the same time, you know, while that's happening, they're improving their GRE reading skills, their math proficiency skills, their verbal fluency skills. All this is documented. It's in the Gospel of Science, and it's endnoted, so you can become aware of this. Mind-body, the mind-body community, we have to get educated on the science that already exists, that's not being given to people through the mass media and through the government institutions. And in my hospital classes, the biggest challenge that I have with patients or students coming into my classes is that they won't believe that these things will do what they do, what science has shown they will do what they do, because they haven't seen it on their news station. And the reason they haven't is because Dr. Sanjay Gupta, CNN, for example, he doesn't report on the huge breadth of possibility of mind-body, because at the end of every one of his newscasts, it says, brought to you by Pfizer Corporation. And there's money to be made. There's massive money to be made off this dysfunctional education system, health system, and also prison system. In the United States, we imprison more of our people than any country on the planet Earth. And our violent crime rates are actually at 40-year lows. And I get into all this in the book because that's actually related to the spread of mind-body practices around the planet. But we have this high imprisonment rate. And when I taught at Folsom Prison, and that's what really got me started on looking into the consciousness of mind-body practices and the quantum physics and the chaos mathematics that shows how this changes the consciousness of the whole planet. And at Folsom Prison, they had a Tai Chi Cha program for 2 years. And during that 2 years, the Tai Chi Cha program participants, their recidivism rate went from the normal 70% return to prison rate down to 30%. And not only that, but during that 2 years, the incident rate, that's the misbehavior rates, fights, those kind of things, the incident rate went down for the whole prison. And this has been replicated in other prisons. There was a Mexican prison called Apodaca Prison, and they had a horrifically violent incident. And then they taught the whole prison how to meditate. Everybody, prison guards, administrators, everybody. They haven't had a violent incident since that happened. And so we could be emptying our prisons. We could be cutting trillions of dollars. This is all data driven. It's just that most people don't know about it, and they're not going to know about it if they don't dig for it. Now you can read this, and you can get this for free on World Tai Chi Day, and you can have all this science meticulously endnoted to make it easy for you to get what you're not going to get from the government and what you're not going to get from the mass media. But we could be transforming the planet, saving trillions of dollars every year, year after year after year, trillions of dollars. Imagine what the world could do with trillions of dollars year after year after year. We could be emptying our prisons, reducing violence and conflict, and also creating much more intelligent and creative students coming out into the society. All this is possible, and it's all easily done. Okay, so now why did we choose the United Nations General Assembly to use it as a vehicle to help expedite this vision and this possibility? We did it because in 2014, the United Nations General Assembly voted to create the International Day of Yoga. And it was patterned after World Tai Chi Day, which, you know, we all started 7 years before. And I think that's a real feather in the cap of the Tai Chi community, because the Tai Chi community had the vision that it was time for the planet to know about all this stuff. And we educated together, coming together as a Tai Chi and Qigong community, we educated over 1 billion media viewers and readers on the science of Tai Chi and Qigong, because we have that database at worldtaichiday.org that has medical research on Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, meditation, mindfulness for 100 of the most common health conditions that people face. So we taught people how to get a media microphone, get media to show up at their events, and then use that microphone to educate the public about science. And we reached over 1 billion media viewers and readers. And then we also got government bodies all over the planet to advocate Tai Chi and Qigong for their citizens. And so the United Nations, 7 years later, after we organized World Tai Chi Day, they created the International Day of Yoga. And they did it to increase global health and global harmony. And so we cite that in our draft resolution for the Global Transformation Project to urge public educators all over the planet to look at the science. And when they look at the science, they'll want to bring local mind-body teachers into their classrooms, kindergarten through 12th grade. And what you'll have is you'll have a whole generation of mind-body masters. And so the reason that this is so doable is that when that resolution passed in the General Assembly, that International Day of Yoga, it passed with a record number of co-sponsoring nations, 177 co-sponsoring nations. Never before had the world come together around something like they did for the International Day of Yoga. And the Global Transformation Project, public education, mind, body, and public education is the next step. And so Angela and I, who founded and organized World Tai Chi Day, we are volunteering ourselves, we're committing ourselves to lobbying every United Nations mission on the planet to co-sponsor this resolution for advocating mind-body education in public education. And we'll contact them all. And we've got a proven record of global organizing from just what I've just told you about the government and the media. And so we're able to do it, and we're volunteers. We're volunteering our time to do it. And if you read this book and you look at this science, you realize that we're offering a profound gift to the world, and especially to the mind-body community. All these qualified teachers should be in the public education. Different people, some people teach better with older kids, high school. Some people are good at teaching with younger kids. I've taught at all levels, and you can change, you can modify and incorporate, aspects of all these big 5 mind-body practices and create something that's really fun and really beneficial to kindergartners all the way up through 12th grade. And so we could use the United Nations as a vehicle to get this information out to public educators around the planet who aren't getting it through their healthcare system, and they're not getting it through their mass media. And we could do an end run around all that stuff. And so I'll just close with Bertrand Russell's quote, "Truth is always simple, but humanity will stampede all over simple truth. They'll build prisons and they'll build pharmaceuticals and they'll build all this complicated stuff until the end of time because it makes a lot of money. Prisons make a lot of money in the United States. But the solution is simple. The solution is so simple. And we've got a vision. We've got the science to back it up. This is 40 years of work that we've done. And like I said, we're giving it away on World Tai Chi Day. This is free on Kindle all day long. And then the following Saturday on May the 3rd. That's the best we can do, is to put all this together, give it away, and volunteer ourselves to do this. Now, we're not going to do this until we have at least 100,000 signatures at globaltransformationproject.org on the petition, because we need the soul force of the mind-body community. And this isn't just poetic. When you look at the science, there's a reality to that. When people come together in states of consciousness around compassion and healing, there is a real physical force to that. It actually affects the planet. Now, we've got about 2,000 signatures on that thing, and I've been begging the mind-body community, the world. I've been contacting everybody. John Kabat-Zinn, Transcendental Meditation Foundation. It's not being grasped what the possibility is here. If we got the mind-body community spreading globaltransformationproject.org and spreading this petition, we should have millions of signatures for me and Angela to take to lobby all these United Nations missions. This is doable. We could change the future of humanity, but we can only do it when we come together. That's how World Tai Chi Day happened. It was a shared vision by people all over the planet. Yeah, me and Angie had the idea. It came to us in a meditation, probably a gamma wave consciousness where, oh yeah, if you get people to come out and be a public spectacle with their Tai Chi, you'll get media cameras show up. You'll be able to use all that science to educate people, teachers that are getting the media so they can educate the whole planet. But it was a collective vision. And that from, these years of trying to make this happen, to trying to get the mind-body community aware of this science, and trying to get the mind-body community to have a real fervor to get this petition signed in a massive way. because you have 2 volunteers that are willing to give their lives to make it a United Nations resolution. And so that's pretty much my pitch there, Keith.
All right. Okay. Good. Bill, as always, very informative, very practical. Thank you very much. And love to Angie and best wishes. All right.
Yeah,
as
if anybody
always.
has any questions or comments or anything, I'm open for it.
Well, I think that I haven't seen anybody at the moment, but I've just seen that our lovely lady from Colorado is on, Sharon Rose. And firstly, I'd like to thank Sharon for that wonderful video which you sent out. It makes my efforts look like a 5-year-old.
That's one thing I wanted to mention real quick that I had intended to mention is Sharon has a documentary coming out, Quantum Chi. And this is, we should be, when this comes out, we should be making sure everybody knows about it. Everybody's spreading this. This documentary, what it leaves people with is what Sharon is so skilled at is taking profound esoteric realities and truths and putting it in an artful manner so that you're literally feeling a chi state or a wu wei state when you're watching this documentary. And it will leave everybody with this feeling in their mind, oh, I need to be doing this stuff. Or those of us that do it, it'll be leaving us with, oh, I need to do this stuff more. I need to, rededicate myself to these things. And so this documentary can be a huge vehicle for the planet. And I hope everybody promotes it, just like I hope everybody promotes the petition at the Global Transformation Project. We're all sisters of the same vision here. We're not competing interests. What I want to do is promote Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, meditation, mindfulness teachers all over the planet. That's what I've dedicated my whole life to. It's not coming to Bill Douglas to try to figure out how to do your stuff. What I provide is the science that shows what everybody is doing out there is tremendously valuable. And Sharon's documentary can do that as well. We should all spread it as much as we can.
Global namaste to you all, and to all my Mandarin speaking people, ni hao. It's a pleasure to be here. And Bill, I just want to say something about Bill Douglas. What passion, what commitment. I'm so honored to be working with him and looking forward to the day when Quantum Chi is out in the world and people are practicing Qigong, Tai Chi, and we have a lot of yoga practitioners on the show. And then we can make another film about the Global Transformation Project. I really see, I worked in schools for many years and bringing dance and storytelling and mythology from all over the world. And the children, they love these body-oriented techniques. They loved yoga. They actually loved meditation. And when I didn't have Qigong in my toolbox at that time, but any child that I've had the opportunity to work with Qigong, they are just, because they love the animal frolics and the Tai Chi, and they love, understanding about energy and looking at energy of each other, learning them to perceive in a much deeper, actually more spiritual, connected, inner way at each other.
Yeah, you're right on the money. And what I've realized, what the science has shown me is that what mind body does is it brings those children home to their natural state because they're naturally in that alpha state. And that's another thing that's been kind of a real experience for me is that I've had a chance over, these nearly 50 years of mind body practice and teaching a lot of it is that my grandchildren came along. And so I was able to see, to try to start to expose them to these practices at a very early age and see how they just resonate to these things if it's taught in a way where they can resonate to it. And one of the things that I realized that's so important about getting this into public education as rapidly as we can, and the UN resolution is the fastest way I can think of to do it. But my granddaughter, when she would come over to my house, she was in alpha state. She was so curious. She was so excited about life. And that's what you see when people, when 80, 90-year-old people practice these things, they get that exuberance of life. They start to see the magic in life again. And then what happened was my granddaughter brought over her first iPad tablet. And she was over at our house, and I said, "Hey, Harper." And normally when I would say Harper, she'd be like, "What? What? What? What are you going to show me? What are you going to show me?" Well, she's looking at that iPad, and I go, "Hey, Harper." She doesn't answer. I go, "Harper, Harper." And she looks over at me, from her iPad, and she goes, "What?" And I realized what's going on here. And this is a huge thing. This is a huge thing for the planet. Because if you go through the supermarket or Costco, you're going to be seeing kids glued to those screens. And we could change all that. If we come together as a global mind-body community, we can change this.
Right. Can I just interrupt if I may? I know Sharon is always is a pleasure, but I have a gentleman here from the UK, Anukul Goswami. I've not actually met him before. He's an orthopedic surgeon, and I think he has a nice question to ask. Anuka, over to you.
Thank you for this particular question. The meeting was absolutely fantastic. There are two straight questions. One is I've heard William Douglas before as well, and I'm absolutely fascinated by his talk. More importantly, as a spinal surgeon, I come across many patients at the end of all the line of treatment, and the pain has never gotten better, and they're referred to pain clinics. They undergo some sort of psychological assessment, some sort of pain assessment by the pain consultant, and some rehabilitation physically. But in reality, after about a year or a year and a half, they say, "Well, nothing happened. I'm just the same person. They just took me around and finished it." Now, the reality is that in the NHS system, by and large, many patients go through like a typical conveyor belt system. You just come in, X number of things are done and sent off. And I do collect lots of data from them. They said, "I went for Tai Chi, I went for this thing, and that's doing me a lot good. I've gone for this massage, is doing me a lot good." Unfortunately, we cannot recommend that in the paper, but we just write down that she is going through this particular treatment and she's getting better, and I recommend that she continue with it. But the fact is, I don't get paid for it, and many of them are not in the very best of condition to be paid for it. So my questions are two. First of all, to Keith particularly, because I think there's a big scope for us to reach the NHS and say that we need this kind of support, because many patients are getting help by this kind of treatment. But unfortunately, I cannot say that this patient is recommended, say, chiropractic treatment or a Tai Chi or something like that. So I think we should be able to do it, and I'll take particular help from Keith to address this issue. And second thing is, when you go into the basic problems where it all started from, again, it comes from the childhood. When I sit down and talk to them as to how it all happened, you realize the quantum correlation between all the kind of conditions, their bio, socio, psychological conditions all put together, come to place. And then you say, "All right, fine enough. I'll send it to a psychologist, but the waiting time is about a year and a half. I'll send it to a counselor. Well, we don't have access to any counselor. The psychological services are in very deep pressure." And the problem, again, it was a part of my master's in law thesis, was that we tend to split people up into millions of pieces and throw them all over the place, and nobody knows who has gone where. And so this kind of separation into subspecialties is quite dangerous, and it's not helpful for the health. So I think overall, hearing all this that William Douglas has mentioned, there's a lot of work to be done, and I think we need to get all the people together to help this out.
Let me throw one thing out there, because the very first hospital class that I did, this was like almost 40 years ago, and there were a whole bunch of doctors that came in because they were really curious. It was really weird at that time, mind-body stuff. And so I had a whole bunch of doctors in there, but it wasn't for doctors, it was for the public. And anyway, they were getting off their, different medications. They were healing from things just after like a couple of months of mind-body practice. And so then they're the ones that started handing me all the medical research. And what we all thought, me and all those doctors in that room that were so excited, we all thought that 40 years later, every prescription pad in the world would just have mind-body practices printed right at the top of the prescription pad. And then the other stuff would go underneath it, because the pharmaceutical stuff would be temporal instead of permanent. And something really enlightened me one time. I was in Ecuador. I was visiting a woman that did natural herbal medicine based on her culture. And anyway, a couple of buses pulled up in front of her house, and it was all young American and Canadian medical students, I found out. And I was eavesdropping on one of their conversations after they got out of the bus because they wanted to study the ladies' herbal practices. And the students were talking about herbs for hypertension. And I said, did you know that Tai Chi is proven to, lower hypertension? And one of the young interns, she said, oh yeah, she said, I've heard that, but she said, I'd never prescribe it. And I said, really, why? And she said, well, because I don't know for sure if it would work every time. And I said, I don't know about you, you're a lot younger than me, but I said, I've been to the doctor several times where they've pulled out their prescription pad and they've written, let's give this a try and see how this works out. And if this doesn't work out, then there's maybe other options that we can try. So, so every time a prescription pad comes up, there's no definitive thing that's going to say this is going to fix you. But and so mind body, the science that we have, mind body should be right at the top. Now, I don't know what world medicine is like, but in the United States, the pharmaceutical companies control everything. They control the research. Less than 0.5% of NIH research goes to funding complementary and alternative medicine. So that includes acupuncture, aromatherapy, yoga, Tai Chi, all this stuff only gets less than 0.5%. And when you look at that COVID study that showed, because Tai Chi, all mind body practices boost T cell count, but I'm more familiar with Tai Chi. The studies showed between 50 and 100% more T cells. And we know that would have had a huge impact on the COVID crisis. And so just that alone should have driven billions of dollars to the NIH to study mind-body practices and T cell counts. So one thing that the mind-body community, we really have to do is we really have to realize there's no Easter Bunny and there's no Santa Claus. We have to be the Santa Claus. We have to be the one that educates the planet about this science, and they're not going to get it from anybody but us.
I'm just going to jump in there, if I may, and try and link with Anulka, is that in my experience of having dealt with the NHS for many, many years and taken the benefit, is that if you didn't see that well-programmed interview, question and answer from the Chartered Institute, is that what we're trying to do is to say, if there's 60,000 physiotherapists within the UK, either within the NHS or privately employed, is if we were to somehow wonderfully get them to do some simple Qigong or Tai Chi exercises, we then get them onto the social prescribing activity. And it's a major, major problem because the NHS, like the farmers that Bill refers to, is all encompassing. What is your evidence? Now, as a non-academic, I have tried and tried and tried with the NHS in local areas. They're now called integrative care boards. When I get in touch with them, it's like, oh, you're speaking a foreign language. They don't want to know. One of the people that are now advocating prevention had no idea of what we were trying to do in the early 2000s. And here we are 25 years later, not reinventing the wheel, but having the benefit of social media. This is not new. Bill's been doing it for many, many years, but we need to gather together to make sure that we're convincing these people who apparently don't understand, and we just have to keep going. This is part of my role in trying to encourage the links between Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, Ayurveda, Japanese, and all those that were mentioned earlier. But Bill, I'm going to move on now, and because I'm delighted to see there is a lady here with her colored hair, lives about about 2 hours away from me, Clara, who has been working very closely with Sharon. And I always apologize to these two because they talk on a different level to me.
Clara has a great podcast, by the way. Everybody should tune
I
in
know.
to Clara's podcast.
I phoned Clara once many, many years ago and said,
are you into Qigong? She said, yes. So we ended up, she interviewed me, and I had behind me a load of books which were not very well shelved. And she said, I think we need something behind you. So I went and got a sheet off the bed and made it a white background. Now I have this wonderful technology which allows me to put a background up of the sea. So, and also, and I'm sorry if we're just putting you on, but I need to actually introduce my next guest, unless Amrita's going to say something. And I want to introduce Dr. Roger Jahnke from California, a gentleman that I've known since 2006. And in 2015, we signed a small understanding that we would work together, share information. And I believe, like most people, we are harmonizing, we are linking, we are collaborating, and it's fantastic. So Dr. Roger Jahnke, somebody that I shared a lunch with in 2012, and he said to me, what is it you can do for me? And I sat there and I was chewing on whatever it was I chewing. I said, I'm not sure I've got anything to offer to you. When we signed a little agreement between us, I said, I know the answer now. What is it we can do for the community? What is it we can do for the populations who cannot afford or cannot be involved in Tai Chi and Qigong? So Dr. Roger Jahnke, I introduce you as a good friend, and I know that there are links with others. So it's over to you.
I'd just like to say real quick, Roger is a great Qigong teacher and a great author. So I highly encourage everybody to research Dr. Roger Jahnke.
Thank you. Well, he kindly signed the book for me when I met him in Scotland, and it's still here on the shelf, getting a bit dog-eared now, but it's still doing the things that you wanted me to. So, Amrita, sorry, no, not Amrita. Amrita, is there something you want to say at the moment? Are you just about to go to bed?
Yes, Keith, Amrita will be saying something in a moment. Hello, Roger. Roger has been part of Healing Our Earth many
Namaste,
times.
Roger.
We love you, Roger. And again, it's a special day today because Roger had a birthday just 3 days back. So, Amrita, you're going to sing our Roger a happy birthday.
Yeah. Many happy returns of the day, Roger.
Thank you.
Wish you a very, very blissful life ahead and keep spreading the vibes. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dearest Roger. A very happy birthday to you from all the Healing Our Earth family.
Thank you. Thank you so
That's
much.
lovely.
Thank you, Keith, for all you do. And Bill, fun to listen to you again and again and again over many years, and Sharon and Clara and everyone else who are good friends here. And what I'm going to do today is act like you are an audience of decision makers.
Roger, can I interrupt a moment? You asked me a question which I can't answer. Is that Roger is a bit worried about having a shared screen, so hopefully the tech voice can help it.
It looks like I have co-host permission, so we'll see here in just a moment. So I'm going to act as if I'm presenting to a august body of decision makers in anywhere in the world with an informative presentation. I'm going to go to presenting slides here in just PowerPoint here in just a moment. And so, you know, what are we trying to accomplish? We want to pull together a dog and pony show, which Keith is helping us to do here, to create a set of presentations that can be implemented on a regular basis over time. So I'm thinking of this as a practice session for a time when we have a more policy maker type audience. And so here we go. I'm just going to go to share my screen, and we'll just race off into all of this.
So I actually gave this presentation, have given this presentation numerous times in numerous conferences and so forth. And so, yeah, here we go. In fact, the first time that I ever gave this presentation was in 2006. It's been updated quite a bit since then, of course. And to be able to prove that this is a credible body of information, typically to an audience like this, I would show proof of the fact the American American Hospital, Mayo Clinic, all these different reputable organizations have been among my presentations. Key message: the most profound medicine is produced within the human mind-body system for free. So we are in a revolutionary transition from a disease-oriented medical intervention system to a whole person health and resiliency maximization system. I've got a lot of slides here, so I'm going to just keep ripping through, and then we can have at some point we can have shall we say, a debriefing meeting where we consider the possibility for how we can continue to do this kind of presentation to large policy-making audiences. So conventional medicine has one thing that it does: diagnose and treat disease. But to be able to accomplish that, you have to have a disease. Traditional medicine has two kinds of medicine. The first one is the same as Western medicine to resolve pathologic circumstances. The second one, though, which is really the primary one, is in China it's called maximizing the righteous qi. What that means is to maximize the naturally occurring functional capacity of the human system. There's nothing to diagnose there. It's a human who has the capacity to maximize their natural healing and health sustainability. But as we've been discussing so far already today, this is not something that is, for some reason, cracking into the mainstream. Although in the Western world, we do have revolutions happening in almost all of our nations right now, wherein a kind of self-responsibility trend is arising. There's a swelling. So self-care, you know what self-care is, but there's this beautiful phrase that I learned from being in China many times: anything that you can do, for yourself, that you rarely do, when you do it, it will be good. So what does that mean? Well, if I don't usually, or most people do not typically modify their breath. But if I do modify my breath, it makes it change. People don't typically modify their posture, but when they do that, it makes a positive change. Redirecting the mind, doing eye exercises, brushing teeth with the non-dominant hand, making new choices. What are you doing when you're standing in front of the snack cabinet? What are you thinking when you're standing in front of the refrigerator? All of that. So here's another important key word: hormesis. Hormesis is something that it's basically another way of saying when you do things that you don't usually do, it's good for you. It's an adaptive response of cells and organisms to a moderate, usually intermittent stress. So in other words, what can I do that's unusual? Well, how about intermittent fasting? That's a stress for most people, and yet it has a very powerful effect on the human system. Holding one's breath, holding your breath in, holding your breath out, microdosing on psychedelics, exposing ourselves to heat or cold, like cold plunges and hot spas. So I'm going to focus on mind-body practice and the 4 archetypal dimensions of mind-body practice across all cultures. If you do the anthropological research into all cultures, all the shamanic, all the indigenous cultures, they all had systems for body, breath, mind, and massage. And so that's the foundation of yoga, Qigong, Tai Chi, and, all the I've been in relationships with numerous Native American wizards. They all have these practices. I studied Chinese medicine in a place called Hawaii. The shamanic or indigenous Hawaiians have all these practices. This is not just China and India. It's everywhere in the world. So let's just go with breath practice for a moment. One of my lifetime explorations has been to distill all the different indigenous breath practices into an archetypal system of the 2-part breath, 3-part breath, 4-part breath, 5-part breath. This is not a breath workshop, so I'm not going to linger here, but the point is that every one of these cultures have these underlying breath methodologies that then bloom into their beautiful regional breath methods. And so for our time together, just in case you want to do so, the 2-part breath is simply breathing in and breathing out, like you do every second or every minute of every day. But the difference is to breathe in and out consciously, to extend the breath. Long, slow, deep. We could say long, slow, deep. What's fun about long, slow, deep is that the acronym for long, slow, deep is LSD. So you can say, let's take a long, slow, deep breath, or in short form, you can say, let's take a nice LSD breath. So it slows the breath pace down to 4 to 9 breaths per minute, a long, slow, deep inhalation. If you go even slower on the exhalation, all of the research shows us that it has a soothing effect on the vagal aspect of the autonomic nervous system. So no diagnosis required, no disease required, no prescription for either a procedure or pharmaceutical is required to make medicine. So if we look at the one below, the belly breath, what the belly breath is doing, see the arrow is pointing to that little sac called the cisterna chyli. So when we take a deeper breath, which pushes the diaphragm down, that compresses the cisterna chyli, which is shooting the lymph at a higher rate into the blood and then to the kidneys and discharging the waste products. When we breathe normally, we are not using the diaphragm, therefore we are not accelerating the rate at which the lymph is eliminating metabolic byproducts from the body. So belly breaths are pumping the lymphatic system and rapidly discharging metabolic byproducts, as well as delivering immune cells throughout the body at a greater rate. Then look at the one above. There's 2 mechanisms in the chest cavity that cause the release of neurotransmitters, which are the naturally healing neurotransmitters. One of them is called the stretch receptors. That's the one on the left. When you're breathing normally, you are not stretching the stretch receptors to the extent to which they need to be stretched to be able to trigger the release of the acetylcholine-based neurotransmitters from the nervous system. If you go to the picture on the right, that's a part of the cardiac function. It's called baroreceptors. When you take a deep breath, do it now. Take a deep breath. It builds pressure in the rib cage and exerts an influence on the baroreceptors, which then release acetylcholine-based neurotransmitters from the autonomic nervous system, which then increase the capacity for self-healing processes within the human body. There's so much more that I could say about this, but I want to be conscious about time. So, if there's a recording of this, maybe you can go back and take a look at the effect of carbon dioxide and nitric oxide. It's a long explanation, so I won't linger there. So in the Chinese version, how we think of this as making medicine within the body. Sorry, somehow the slides got a little weird here. How these practices of making medicine within our own being without a diagnosis, so that it's not medicine necessarily to heal disease, it's also medicine to maximize and sustain functional capacity. And so there are elixirs produced within us for the body. There are elixirs produced within our being for our mental, emotional self. And there are elixirs that are associated with our transcendental nature. And, we could ask the question, is the spiritual elixir to be able to heal the spirit? Or is the spirit and awareness of the spirit an elixir in its own right, and maybe even the most powerful elixir that exists in the world? You know this, but I'll just review for a moment. When we talk about the history of Qigong, we typically use the number 5,000 years. But actually, that's just when writing began. The shamanic tradition in all these cultures goes back hundreds and hundreds of thousand years, even millions of years. And so it's possible and very likely, according to anthropologists, that something like Qigong has been utilized in China for 10,000 years or even more. Same with yoga. Did the people in India really wait till 5,000 years ago to create yoga? I mean, that's a joke. That's ridiculous. It probably more like 50,000 years. Okay, so let's just go to some practical applications. The dollar signs mean more or less dollars. So when you get to the top of the pyramid of shall we say utilization frequency, the frequency of the necessity of the top of the pyramid is low. That's why it's smaller, but it costs so much more. Then go to the bottom. Notice that the frequency at the bottom is large, but the cost is low. And so this whole idea of proliferating knowledge about how powerful humans are to the human race, it's just like a no-brainer. Now, we do get to ask this question: is it meant to be? So we live in space-time on a planet. Who knows? This is kind of a negative thought, but you just have to think these things on occasion. Who knows that we're supposed to be as beautifully well and enabled as we can imagine that we could be? Like, now I'm talking karma, destiny. I'm not arguing for the fact that, we should just remain stupid here as humans. Obviously, the people on the line were all in the choir. And as Bill was saying, we've been working on this my first yoga class was 1963. I've been working on this since 1963. So here's the emergent new system. what happens is that the person comes in to a personal process of self-inquiry. And if they need to go to conventional medicine, then they go over there to get consultation and diagnosis. But then they should be coming back to personal practice. And then if they need to or want to, they can go off into the whole health system, acupuncture, chiropractic, osteopathic, etc. And then they can come back to just personally living, having a relationship with other people who are interested in living well. And so this is what could happen. Now, the first time I showed this slide was in early 2000s. So we're now 25 years later, and not much has happened. So research that I've personally been involved with that proves that Qigong and Tai Chi are safe and effective. This is a study that was published in the American Journal of Health Promotion. It found these 9 outcomes for safety and efficacy of Qigong and Tai Chi. But this is even more interesting. So our study that we did, which looked into data from 1990 to 2010, that's a period of 20 years, there were an average of 3 studies per year. In the next 5 years, there were 30 studies per year. So from 1990 to 2010, an average of 3 studies, randomized controlled trials per year. In the next 5 years, 30 studies per year. And so what this demonstrates is that there's no lack of information on the safety, efficacy, application to different types of disease states, and even on the money, which we'll talk about here in a moment. Back in 2005, I was honored to be able to participate in creating a policy group called the National Expert Meeting on Qigong and Tai Chi, which produced a consensus report. This consensus report actually has had an influence on many large organizations, including the Veterans Administration, and including what we call here in America the Affordable Care Act. There were actually aspects of the Affordable Care Act that had to do with integrative medicine and integrative health. Not because we're always arguing about getting free pharmaceuticals for people, which is the stupidest thing in the world. What we want is to teach people that the most profound medicine is produced within their own being for free. But this, you can look this up. If you just look up the consensus report of the National Expert Meeting on Qigong and Tai Chi, there's a PDF available on the internet where you can see this group of 40 researchers, policymakers, agencies and organizations and so forth. Very impressive. So how is this all getting communicated? First, systematic review of the economics of chronic health challenges. Very powerful. You can, I'm not going to linger here, but these are some of the most important research articles. Second one, economic issues preventing good health care. And by the way, these are all articles that I've had something to do with. And then the third one is the one that I just showed you and the results that I just showed you. So our societies cannot bear these costs. If you go back to 1970, the total cost in the United States for all of what we call, quote, healthcare, which is really medical intervention financing, is $500 billion. Well, now it's increased 1,000% to $4.5 trillion. And it's all for chronic disease, typically aggravated by stress. And all of these things, all these chronic diseases are imminently preventable. And there's mountains of research on the fact that all these chronic diseases are preventable. My earliest lecture on this the cost of medicine was 1 trillion. Now it's 4+ trillion. It's embarrassing. And check this out: 75 to 90% of disease and medical visits are preventable. And this is according to our own most impressive, although not that impressive, health organizations like the National Health Service in the UK. These organizations are supposedly protecting the citizens of the United States from chronic disease. No, that's not happening. We've had that discussion. But here's the most important thing, is that on an annual basis, we could be saving somewhere around 90% of $4.5 trillion. That's $3.5 to $4 trillion. So why is this not happening? Well, we know it's because people are deluded into believing that they don't need to do or think anything about taking care of themselves, because when they get sick, they can go to a doctor and the doctor will fix them. And that is ridiculous. So how are we going to do this? Train thousands to teach millions how to heal themselves for free. This is what all of us on this line have been doing probably for the most of our lives. Recall that the most profound medicine is produced within the human system for free. Here are the exemplars. This is just from my own work with these things. So the CDC has quite a bit of information about Qigong and Tai Chi. The Veterans Administration has quite a bit of information about Qigong and Tai Chi in the United States. All veterans agencies are mandated to bring Tai Chi, literally stated, Tai Chi and yoga into availability for veterans. This is a map that shows all the people that we've trained who are teachers in the United States. It's kind of like there's more than this, but that's a kind of an exemplary look. And then these are some of our trainings that we've done at the Omega Institute, the National Wellness Institute, the practice leader training for Native American tribes, in particular in Arizona, and veterans in New York. So I'll leave it there. Please feel free to contact me, and I'm sure that Keith is going to get us all a list of the key people or disseminate the information however he wishes. I can send him a PDF of this presentation.
Roger, I'm at a loss for words as usual when you're talking, instructing, conveying messages. No need to send the PDF. I think you've already issued it to me once. Probably giving me approval to use it, I think, as well. I just cannot imagine myself being up in front of an audience of the sort of people that you deal with and not having the background skills to explain the meanings behind a few words. I'm delighted to say that in a few minutes, after Bill's had a couple of inputs here, is that as a result of some extra work I did was to contact Dr. Peter Wayne, and he has kindly agreed to join us, which he's now on, I think he's on the web. Hello, Peter. Good of you. Thank you. Remain muted for a moment. I don't like your background. It's too Caribbean.
Hey, Peter.
Anyway,
Hey,
Bill,
Keith, before you go on, let me just say, I think that you have taken a very important step in the direction of finding the wormhole to make progress. As Bill would say, and I think as Peter would agree, we have all the information we need. Everything about safety and efficacy is done. All the incoming information about the effect of these kinds of self-applied, self-care type methods on health, economics, that information is coming in at an absolutely profound rate. And therefore, I'm hoping that Healing Our Earth and Keith will continue to collaborate to what I called earlier, create a little road show. Fortunately, to go take a road show these days, we don't have to go on the road. We just build an audience online. And so I've been on lots of podcasts. I'm sure Bill has too, and Peter. And what else are we going to do except for the thing that we love the most, which is our deepest and richest passion, which is our destiny. So if people said to me, aren't you depressed that you've worked on this your whole life and it's not happening? And I say, well, I'm aware of the fact that it's not happening, but what is a life for? I'm giving my life to this, not because somehow somebody talked me into it. It's because that's what I do. That's my dharma. That is my destiny. And
Roger,
it's like not letting up. So back to you, Keith. Keep it up, dude.
Roger, if I could just tail on what you're talking about, one of the things that I wanted to convey to people, because I've never been in this position until I became in this position in my life, and that is, spending 50 years roughly in this mind-body journey. And one of the things that becomes clear to me, as I get older, and see how all this evolves, is that it's really easy for us to miss what it is that we're part of, this thing that you're talking about, Roger, where we surrender ourselves, to that, that flow coming through, the Tao or whatever, and it leads us to wherever we're going. And we don't really, it's easy to kind of miss what it is that's happening. But one of the things I want to bring everybody's attention to is, like Keith's work on this is so visionary, like Roger was talking about, but also Roger and Peter Wayne, these folks have changed the planet, because Dr. Jahnke's work with the National Council on Aging, which we had a chance to be a part of, a small part of, but it was Roger did this, and organizing World Tai Chi Day, it showed me that the YMCA senior Tai Chi programs, they expanded hugely after you did what you did, Roger. You had like a huge impact on the nation and on the national and global consciousness through that work. And then Dr. Peter Wayne wrote the Harvard Medical School Guide to Tai Chi. And when that came out, World Tai Chi Day, we were so excited. We wanted everybody to read that. And that was a huge thing, to have the Harvard Medical School Guide to Tai Chi come out with the science that it provided. And so it's like we're sitting here amongst people who have literally changed the planet. And, you might not get your ticker tape parades, but I'm popping the ticker tape right now, because, just to bring our attention to the level of possibility that, because these people have done these huge things, of course, with the whole mind-body community. None of us do anything alone. Yeah.
Well, I think that our minds coming together is, Roger, thank you for your kind words. As you know, I'm not an expert in any of the mind-body activities. I try to use what I thought at the end, in many years ago, was an inverted diagram, like a pyramid or a well on its point. And I've climbed up that well, and we now have fantastic relationships across the world. And I think really it's, how do we relate to everything. And with the contacts, and I'm going to say now is that I'm absolutely delighted in many things, but when we talk about road shows online, I'm absolutely flabbergasted that I don't wish to sound as a criticism, but you and another good friend of mine, Roger, and James McRitchie were the part of the founding members of the NQA. And I've tried to contact them and say, can you let me come in for a few minutes on the screen? And the answer has been no, we need you to be here. Oh, well, that's very nice. I don't live just up the road. I live 3,000 miles away. Why can't we use social media? Why can't we use Zoom? So I'm delighted that we're getting there. And why am I doing it? I enjoy it. And the moment I don't enjoy it, I should be saying, let somebody else take over. Anyway, I'm disgusted, Dr. Wayne, that you have apparently got a C behind you, not just a still. Where are you?
I'm in my office, but we know that being in the spirit of this event, being in nature has a huge impact on us. And just imagining you're in nature, which we often do when we practice, has deep therapeutic effects. So you don't want to see my messy office and background. I don't want to share that. So this is a way
Exactly the same.
sharing
Exactly
a
the
little
same.
tea. Yeah.
Well, those that you don't know, Peter Wayne, is that he is a professor of medicine at the Harvard Medicine School. And he also is an associate professor at the Osher Center for Integrative. And I use the term integrative in respect of my American colleagues as opposed to integrated. So a welcomed late entry because I only contacted Peter a short while ago. He's the author of the book, as we mentioned earlier, the Harvard Book of Tai Chi. It's a must reading alongside those of Bill and Roger. And I think we can spend many, many hours going through it. But Peter, we have a few more minutes than those that you and I discussed. So over to you. Thank you very much.
You. Well, first, I want to say thank you, Keith, for holding this space, and to all the people who organized this really important topic on what I'm sensing as the bridge between our internal health and the health of the environment around us. And nice to see Roger and Bill and some old friends. Roger and I were in China together. I think it's more than 25 years ago, as I date that. And I'm glad that your toothache has healed. He was there during some tooth problems. I think some of you know that I'm involved in two sides of this discussion, the practice of Tai Chi for a long time, but also the research of it. What I don't think you know is that my journey into science began as an environmental scientist. My first degree is in human ecology, which was at a hippie school in Maine, and we studied the interconnections between everything. And then I went on to study the evolutionary biology of plants and trees, which led to some climate change research and some research for almost 20 years. And then I got fed up with the policy and politics of it, thinking no one's really paying attention to this. My love of Tai Chi was growing. I was teaching at a school of Chinese medicine, and I decided to change careers just over 25 years ago to focus my science on health through Tai Chi and especially East Asian medicine and other integrative therapies. What I'm really happy about is in the last 7 or 8 years, there's been a full circle coming back. And in our program at the Harvard Medical School, we have a program that's centered on. Yep. Oh,
Sorry.
No, my bad. But it's focused on these connections between our personal health and planetary health. And I think anyone who does these practices realizes that's an arbitrary boundary. So I just want to say a few things about that boundary. I shared a paper with Keith and Nils and others, a small PDF that I wrote a few years ago that I was going to highlight the points I want to make today. There's a couple of them, and these are going to build on some of the things I heard Roger speak, and I apologize for not getting on earlier, but I was teaching this morning. The first thing is, I think we all know the Earth's on fire. And if we want to be healthy, we need to do something to sustain the environment that feeds us. We can't just keep using up resources and thinking that we can live forever. So I'm not going to get into that whole big area because I think we all know that. and we need to be activists and heartivists and Don Channonists, if that's the right, if they can make a word there, but we need to get involved. The second point I'd like to make, which really will make more sense at the end of this, is I feel like we need to think globally and act extremely locally. And by that, I mean contemplate our navel and dantian. We need to do our inner work in order to make a difference in the outer world. I just came back from a 2-week retreat in India around Gandhian philosophy and service. And one of the things people don't know is that, after Gandhi spent time in South Africa dealing with apartheid and thinking he wanted to change India, he came back. And then we hear about these events like the Salt March, which was like our Boston Tea Party for independence. But before he launched, he sat in an ashram for 15 years with his students and said, let's do our inner cleansing before we take on the world. And so I think there's no way to do the work in the world without doing our inner work. That's one of the other take-home messages. And then the last thing I want to sort of articulate, which you can read more about in this article, is all the ways that our practices, our Tai Chi, Qigong, contemplative practices, result in collateral benefits to ourselves and to the planet that we live within in a seamless way. And the first one is, and Roger pointed to some of these things, is our healthcare system. If you rank all of the countries in the world in a line in terms of how much carbon they spew out and how much pollution they cause, just carbon to start with, somewhere between England and Greenland, like 10 and 12, is the US hospital system by itself. The US hospital system is a huge source of carbon pollution, and not to mention all the plastics and everything else. It's very complicated. There's some good movements going on in terms of the greening of hospitals and things like that. But the first thing I'll say, and this is echoing Roger and Bill and everyone else on this line, anything you can do to stay out of the hospital is good for you and the planet. And so falls are such a big thing in our aging society, heart failure, all these different things. Going back into the hospital with heart failure is just one of the biggest byproducts of having this disease. And it has not only attacks on yourself, but on society and the environment. So anything we can do to strengthen our physical bodies and prevent us from using unnecessarily the healthcare system is good for us, good for the planet. So you should feel good about your practice. You should tell this to your students because it gives you just one more reason to practice. Staying out of the hospital, good for you, good for the planet, good for your grandchildren. The second thing that's related to that is the healthier we stay, the more options we have for different levels of function. In other words, if you fall a lot and you have fractures, if you're afraid of moving, if you've got chronic musculoskeletal pain, you're going to hop in the car to go everywhere. You're not going to walk. You're not going to ride your bike. One of the biggest sources of carbon pollution are short trips to the grocery store. If you can even just change 20% of those and just say, I'm going to walk, not only is it good for you, but it changes the pollution, changes everything. So being able to stay mobile and active, functionally, physically, socially, etc., is really good for you and the planet. And this is, we know, Tai Chi has great benefits there. A more subtle version is what's being called in this evolving sort of climate change space is called low carbon happiness. Now, where I grew up in New York, very blue collar families, and there was a funny saying my sister and everyone would say, when the going gets tough, the tough go shopping. It's just a way of like stuffing yourself with material things. And now with Amazon and everything, you can just be in a bad mood and just go on and buy stuff. And not only don't you need that stuff, but the cost to ship it and pack it and all this sort of stuff, and it's not going to make you happier, is a serious issue. And I feel like the more we do our inner work and we do our practices, the less we need from the world. And I think that that's good for us and it's good for the planet. The last one, which is subtler, but I think it's the deepest one, and Bill pointed to this a bunch at the end of Roger's comment, is that the deeper in we go, the more we realize that this boundary between what we call self and the rest of the universe dissolves. as we practice and we feel rooted in the earth, as we breathe things in and out, as we borrow chi, I call it like multivitamin chi from nature, the more we do this work, the less this illusion of self and other shows up. And there's very good research for all of this to show that the more you do these practices, the more pro-social you get. You become kinder to other people. But there's also some new research showing that the more we get into ourselves, more mindful, the more pro-environmental. We care about nature and we become environmental activists. So practice yourself, and then this leads to other things. And I'll just end because I want to be on time for everybody else with a couple quotes. I was just, one of my students sent me this Thich Nhat Hanh quote this week. And the last part of it says, "Kiss the earth with your feet. Print on earth your love and happiness. Earth will be safe when we feel in us enough safety." In other words, we need to feel this within ourselves for that to happen. And then I'll just quote Jon Kabat-Zinn, who says, "To drop into being means to recognize your interconnectedness with all life and with being itself. Your very nature is being part of larger and larger spheres of wholeness." So
Peter,
your practice and how it dissolves out into everything else. I think we're all in this together, and we need to focus on our own work and keep an eye on the bigger picture. So thank you for the pulpit for a few minutes. And Keith, great to have a visual. We've corresponded, but it's lovely to see your face.
oh dear, oh dear. Just a very quick thought is that the emphasis on this program with the help of Healing Our Earth is really to not integrate, but collaborate, cohesion, fusion, all those good things between initially the Indian and the Chinese. So maybe you could spend a couple of minutes on your experience in India and what it has taught you about the relationship between these two ancient cultures for health and well-being.
I just have to humbly say, it was my first trip to India. I was sequestered by this group that invited me. I feel like the veil there between different levels of reality are very thin, and you see these very mystical things there. I don't think it's that different in other places. I think all of these ancient traditions have so much wisdom, including the Native American traditions, the Indian traditions, the Asian traditions, and then superimposed on that is all of this crap that modern society has corrupted it with. I think as we go and deal with our own crap in our head and our shoulders and our chests and really drop into what we feel is essential, I think we can hear better these various wisdoms. And so I won't pontificate. I don't know as much about Ayurveda in India, but I do know that in all these cultures, some people went deep, and I think Gandhi was one of them. And I think we can learn from them.
Right, I'm going to, Bill, just a second. I'm going to call on Sharon. She's had her hand up a few times.
Oh, sorry.
A little bit longer. Okay, a little bit longer here. So Sharon, can you add something, please?
Dr. Wayne, it is a pleasure.
Peter, please.
Peter, yeah. I've heard so much about you, and it's a real pleasure to meet you. You never know whether, Dr. So-and-so, it's going to be all intellectual, but your balance of the intellectual and the experiential is really, really sweet. I'm very grateful for that. And in terms, you all know me, and I have deep, deep experience in India, and also in many, many ancient cultures. And my work has been to bring all of the beauty and the wisdom of these cultures together. When I had been deep in yoga since the 60s, actually, and student of Iyengar, and then, of course, my living with my Guruji, Sitara Devi, queen of Kathak dance. And then about 2016 or 17 is when I encountered Qigong and Tai Chi. And I was so taken, particularly with the self-healing aspects of it. And the blending, and I've been encouraging this everywhere, the merging of the yoga teachings and the Tai Chi Qigong Wushu teachings, the Taoist teachings, can bring such profound understanding of the body and all the mechanisms of the body and how it works, and how to really understand this chi, this shakti, this energy. So I really advise all of you yoga practitioners, Lakshmi ji, namaste, to really look into Qigong, particularly, and then move to Tai Chi, to integrate with your yoga practice.
Keith, just before you carry on, Roger, apologies. We are coming to you, Roger, in a moment. We are extending the program. A lot of people wants to chit chat a lot, and we'll go to William as well. And Pete, maybe before you go, you had a mini meditation as well, so it's okay. Just stay around. So, Keith, let's go to William, Bill, Douglas, and then we take Roger on. Roger, lovely to see you. Over to you, Keith, and William.
Peter, I just wanted to say, your Harvard Medical School Guide to Tai Chi, it moved me on different levels. And one of it was that you mentioned World Tai Chi Day in there, and we were so excited about that. But you credited it also as the goal of it was to increase global peace and harmony. And I really love that you included that aspect of, the world coming together to do Tai Chi. And then another thing that you did in your book too is you credited the Beatles. And so that's something that I've started doing a lot as well, because when the Beatles went to India, I actually wrote a poem about this. And, it's like they had TV cameras. They had all the TV cameras in the whole world following them, whatever they were doing. And George Harrison said, we were 4 working class kids who suddenly had enough money to buy any physical pleasure we wanted. And we realized we weren't happy. And so then we ended up going to India. And I think it was Paul McCartney, actually, that got him interested in the Maharishi. And so they went to India and they learned how to meditate. And so they had all the TV cameras in the whole planet following them. And so they taught some little Western Kansas kid kicking dirt clods down a street about this thing called meditation. And I remember as a little kid, when the Beatles did that, I thought, what's this meditation thing? And then the Kung Fu series came out, and then that furthered my education. But yeah, your book was just so moving on so many levels. I wanted to credit you with that.
Right. We've had a little bit of news in that Michael Fuchs in Connecticut is being rather poorly, and he's had to unfortunately retire to his bed. And so we don't have any more time because this has gone on fantastically well. But I have a colleague here in the UK who is a grumpy old git, as we say in the UK, and he and I enjoy quite a few banters. So I'm going to ask Robert, because what nobody knew was that I was possibly not going to be able to make it today because my wife has been poorly. But Robert was going to stand in for me for the whole of the 4 hours, and I really, really think that deserves a round of thanks, particularly from me. And so I'm going to ask Robert, if you can, just to do a small summary. He's been here for the 4 hours plus, and he doesn't look any older. He's not grown any hair. So can you spare us a few minutes here, Robert? Thank you.
I would be delighted to. I've been making notes. I mean, I haven't been here for the whole 4 hours because I had to go for a wee about 3 times because I've been drinking large amounts of water. I had a packet of crisps. I think the Americans call them chips, but that's because the Americans are foreigners and I'm British. I have a terrible sense of humor, but I will try. Oh, by the way, while I think about it, Sharon, you have no need to fear. I am highly unlikely to be intellectual in any way whatsoever. I would also like to say, and I've made some notes, that no disrespect is intended to people I don't mention. And I'm not going to talk about the things that I consider to be imprecise. I'm a science geek, so that colours my view of the world. Many years ago, I was playing with this at one point. I've got one of those sit-stand desks, and I had it on stand, and I was playing with my kettlebell. Many years ago, I heard a lovely story of a Tai Chi instructor who, when his students came into the room, he had kettlebells and barbells and all sorts of weight training stuff set up, and they were a bit bemused by this. And he said, "Welcome to the dark side of the force. Welcome to the dark side of Tai Chi." And I guess a little bit of what I say would be the dark side. Now, you all need to know, because there are currently 26 people on, that means that at least statistically, there is a high probability that at least 2 of us share the same birthday. My birthday's on the 25th of July, so I don't want you singing happy birthday to me, because I thought it would be better if I got Disney. So to all of us whose birthday it isn't, a very happy or merry unbirthday. Now, let's have a look. Gordon, I took some screenshots of a couple of the slides because I was going to comment on them, and then I closed my program down that records the screenshots. So the only thing I'm going to say is the slide with the arrows that showed what you do. I sort of thought, oh, I do a bit of that, but I don't do a bit of that, and I'll do a bit of this, and I think that's actually a very powerful slide. And it could obviously be expanded to include yoga or swimming or cycling or going for a walk or 1,000 other modalities. I think it's useful just to teach those of us that do something that there's always a huge range of other things that are probably equally valid. I mean, I'm always encouraging my students to go swimming. I'm more of a drowner than a swimmer personally, but swimming is probably, as far as I know, the best physical exercise, if you can swim, that you can do. Tai Chi is obviously the best mind-body. I do talks on Tai Chi, and I always ask people, who here does Tai Chi? And you get a few hands raised. And then I say, who here does yoga? And you get a lot more hand raised. And I always say, yoga's nothing like Tai Chi. And that gets a laugh, but there you go. Stephen, Tai Chi and yoga. Yes, there is an overlap. I acknowledge that, but I think it's important for people like ourselves also to be aware that there are some fundamental differences. And if we are teaching Tai Chi or we are teaching yoga, we need to acknowledge those differences to do with the way, in particular, for instance, that muscular activation is approached. Also, and this links to something that Roger said, breathing practices. There are both similarities and sometimes some quite, in my experience, and I must qualify that as obviously it's my experience, there's some quite different aspects to that. Dr. Gupta, linking Tai Chi to modern Western medicine. Oh, yes. I'm a huge fan of that. I am actually doing a 2-hour drop-in session early next month at my local doctor's surgery. I approached them to say, would you like me to present to your staff on Tai Chi? And they said, well, actually, we have social prescribing person. And she contacted me. She says, we get 2-hour drop-in session. Come and talk to anybody that's there, kind of thing. And my overriding comment on the health benefits of Tai Chi, and it applies to other modalities as well, my overriding comment is that Tai Chi helps people relax. When you relax, you are less stressed. If you are stressed, one of the things that stress does is it negatively impacts your immune system. Therefore, if you are less stressed, your immune system will be working at an improved efficiency compared to what it would be if you were stressed. That is not to say, because I do not personally have knowledge of this, that is not to say Tai Chi will improve the immune system. It will just allow the immune system to be nearer what it should be. Every disease, I would argue, and every recovery from disease is aided by an efficient immune system. Therefore, there is, I think, a pretty good, I nearly swore there, by the way, a couple of you know me and I use terribly colourful language too often, but I would say there is a pretty bloody good argument that says Tai Chi is actually beneficial across the board as far as both preventing health and curing health goes. The video, CIMSPA, Groucho Marx quote is, I refuse, oh, poor old Keith is giggling like a lunatic here. He knows what's coming. Groucho Marx said, I refuse to join any club that would have me as a member. Now, I've been teaching Tai Chi for many, many years. About 16 or so years ago, I took 3 years off and did a full-time degree, which was basically just enjoying myself. I got a BSc in, would you believe it, martial arts and sports psychology from a proper English university. Although my daughter, who was at university at the same time, did always argue that her university was a proper one and mine was like a second tier one. But going to CIMSPA recently at Keith's behest, I applied and I said, you know, I've done all this, I'm a member of that, I've got this degree, and CIMSPA basically refunded my money saying, we don't want you, you're not qualified enough. So whilst I think the idea of CIMSPA is great, there are issues, and I think that leads to a bigger thing, which is, yes, it would be great for there to be a clean, dedicated, profound, official way in for all of us into the various governmental and medical authorities within our particular countries. However, I do not see at the moment any way that that is internationally possible, and I worry that it may not, certainly as far as the UK, sorry, I won't even say UK, as far as England is concerned, may not even be nationally possible quickly. But there we go. Bill Douglas, I've already commented, you said all Tai Chi and yoga members of the same family. My attitude is they're kind of, Tai Chi and yoga are kind of, you know, the cousin you've got that you really don't enjoy inviting round to dinner because he's a troublemaker.
Well, I've got a comment to that because, you know, organizing World Tai Chi Day was a real baptism by fire for me because like most people, I only knew my Tai Chi school. That's all I knew. And so then all of a sudden, I'm being exposed to all these different Tai Chi styles and all these different schools. And then I'm finding out that schools within styles, you know, are like at each other and all this is going on. And so we called it World Tai Chi Day. And then Roger Jahnke from the National Qigong Association contacted me and he said, Bill, this really needs to be World Tai Chi and Qigong Day. And I thought, oh man, because I already had the website, worldtaichiday.org. And so I went through all this stuff. And one of the greatest moments that I ever had in all this experience was I went to the first International Tai Chi Forum, at least in the West. And it was at Vanderbilt University. And they brought together the 6 masters from China who are at the head, the top of the main styles, Chen, Wu, all that. And they all stood on a stage and they all put their arms around each other. And the Chen style guy, because Chen's always credited as the style because it was the first style. And he said, one thing we need to make clear is he said, all the styles of Tai Chi offer the same benefits. And that was such an epic moment because that's what, we were trying to do, was to try to get everybody to see each other as one family. And I feel like right now what we're doing, what Nil's doing, what Keith's doing, what Sharon's doing, what Clara Apollo, so many of these visionaries, is they're in this place where I was with Tai Chi and Qigong 40 years ago, or 26 years ago, when I started organizing World Tai Chi Day.
Yeah.
And then I saw the family starting to become not cousins anymore, but brothers and sisters. And that's what we're doing. That's what these guys, these visionaries are doing right now.
I genuinely hope you are right, but I am.
I saw it happen.
No, I mean, I remember one of the early style of Tai Chi I did was called Yang style. You've heard of. I then did a style called Lee style, Lee style, which you may or may not have heard of. It's not only taught in England, but it's predominantly taught in England. And for many years, that was denigrated and it wasn't looked at as a proper style. I'm pleased to say these days there is less of that style versus style hatred. And I'm currently actually training with the son of my very first Tai Chi teacher, my very first Tai Chi teacher, try saying that after you've been drinking, was a gentleman who then was called Earl Derby. Earl went back to Australia on the death of his father. Earl was a teacher of a gentleman called Chu King Hung, who's quite a famous Yang style teacher. When Earl came back some years later, he had changed his name back to his family name. He was Earl Derby because he was an aspiring actor. He changed his name back to, excuse me, Earl Montague, and he founded the World Tai Chi Boxing Association. And for the last 2 months, I've been training via Zoom with his super duper son, Eli, who's a marvelous teacher. But it's like, it's Yang style, but it's not the Yang style I've done when I've done with us. And it's nothing like what I teach.
Gentlemen, I just need to keep an eye on the time here. All right. So
I take 4 minutes just to finish off.
How do you measure minutes? Do you do them in seconds or hours?
Well, I know you're an engineer, so I don't know if seconds are a small enough thing. You're stopping me from talking, Keith, aren't you? Right. Roger mentioned nitric oxide. I was exposed to the whole business about nasal breathing and improving the amount of nitric oxide that the body produces a couple of years ago. And that was kind of revolutionary to me. The only thing I was not sure about, I think you said something along the lines of teaching or disseminating information for free. That worries me in the sense that I know a lot of people in the West do not like or do not pay attention to or do not give value to things that are free. I think one of the reason why, Big Pharma is big is because they charge outrageous amounts of money for things. And so people think, oh, if I'm paying $10,000 or whatever for a series of treatment, it must be good. The other thing, finally, Peter was talking very eloquently about saving the planet. I know people get really stressed about that. So as somebody who hates being stressed, I just want to say, don't get stressed about saving the planet for a couple of really good reasons. One, the planet doesn't need our help. If tomorrow global thermonuclear war breaks out and everything is destroyed and the planet is completely irradiated, the planet will survive. It is humankind that we run the risk of destroying, not the planet. So if you were a dinosaur X number of millions of years ago, you probably wouldn't go around worrying about an asteroid. And so I would say that whilst we should be activists and we should do everything in our power, I think we should also be a little bit of a dinosaur and like just walk around and chew a leaf or eat a smaller dinosaur and do our Tai Chi or yoga and relax. And with that, I will hand back to Kim.
And with that, we mute too quickly.
Keith, before
Neil,
you carry on, Keith, before you carry on, we are now in a free session where Sharon will take over with Roger and Clara and William and Rajiv and yourself. But Keith, what a wonderful asset you are to any organization. You meticulously plan, even if it's something new that you have to learn, you learn. You've got people moving around, and as discussed, like how Roger said, where do we go from here? Well, you can do internet roadshow or in person, and London would be very good for next year, which I'm encouraging you to do. So let's bring on London. We get people together and we can do some memorandums, bring some MPs and medias as well. So it'll be so beautiful. Kit, you are a very wonderful person. I don't think you are 86 or 87. You need to give us your passport because your energy is that of a 50-year-old.
Oh, so, that's very kind of you. But before so forgive me, Sharon, I'm just going to say a few words that without people's help, things like this 4 hours would not be possible. So I really thank all the people from around the world, from Bali and India, across where we can. I have a number of people in the European area that may be listening in. Thanks to everybody, because it's not just the people on this particular forum, but it's also people we talk to on a weekly or daily basis. And I am so proud of being part of this wonderful organization. I'm so proud of knowing people that I never imagined I would ever come into contact with, such as Roger and Peter, Bill, Sharon, and many, many other people. So I'm going to say thank you very much to everybody for contributing. It's made my life a challenge, and I'm not 86, I'm not 87, but I shall be 85 shortly. So here we go. All the very best to you, everybody. All right. I'll stay around for a few minutes, but I'm afraid that my indigestion needs sorting out with some decent food. Liz has been down there very patiently resting her bad back. So I have to go down, and I might actually do something like upper cuisine, maybe scrambled egg, something like that. Okay. So thanks very much, Neil, to all the team at Healing Earth, everybody else that's been around me. And I just mentioned one person that has not clicked in with his face, but it's Thomas Pfeiffer from the Czech Republic, who is holding an international activity in September. And with God's will, no, with our will, Bill Douglas will be one of the main presenters at that activity on that occasion. So thank you very much.
Thank
Muchas
you.
gracias.
You deserve a mini break, certainly. You mentioned Thomas. Thomas has been here all the time. He doesn't speak English fluently. He's from Prague, and the actual integrative personalized medicine episode and the in-person meeting is in June, 19th to 21st of June. Thomas, we have had a lot of people who will be there for you. You met them all on Healing Our Earth, and they are going to be there, so it's going to be wonderful. He might join in a moment. So it's wonderful, Keith. Robert, you've been there from the start. Yes, you are right. You were allowed a loo break because officially that's biologically required. You've been there all the time. And Keith had you on standby. So you're a wonderful soul. Roger, yes. Roger's ideas are very good. Roger is still here. Sharon, bring it on. You wanted to discuss a bit of Qigong, the movie, do a mini meditation as well. William is still here. Rajiv is here. Lakshmi is here. Over to you, Sharon. Bring it on. Let's have, I don't mind extending 30 more minutes for everybody. And Keith, we will not detain you for there, knowing that you were probably not going to be well. How wonderful you delivered today. Once again, Keith Sharp, you are a wonderful asset to everybody. Only 15 years to go for a century. And we hope you hit the century year at Healing Our Earth.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Best wishes to everybody.
Thank you. Sharon.
Thank you very much, Keith and Neil. And is Wai-Ching still with us?
She's a bit sleepy now because don't forget, it's gone way past the hour there. It's really nearly coming to 2 o'clock in the morning.
2:11.
Oh, there she is. Look.
So Wai-Ching, I just want to acknowledge the contribution of Dr. Roger Jahnke and Amalia Wai-Ching as associate producers of Quantum Chi. Their wisdom, their love of the art, and I call Qigong and Tai Chi an art.
Sharon, just before you continue,
yes,
Peter from Harvard University is back here in his scenery again. And he didn't mind doing with you a mini meditation. He has done a wonderful article, which I think we want to share with each one of you over the email. So Keith will do the due diligence, or myself will do it. And maybe Peter, if it's okay, we can put it on social media if you like. Yes, we'll put it on all the Healing Our Earth social media as well. It's a wonderful one. And it's, like you said, Sharon, and Keith has mentioned that it's nice to have Peter, somebody from Harvard there, and who has done a wonderful job as well. So Peter, Sharon is going to do a mini Qigong meditation, and you are welcome to do something. While we've got you here, why don't you do a mini one, and then Sharon will do, and we continue for next 30 minutes. Over to you, Peter.
I'm going to say, please do share that article widely and freely. It's a short 3-page article. I think it's very simple. And I'm going to pull a Tai Chi move and say there's people on this call that can do a really beautiful job. So I'll let Sharon lead a meditation and anybody else who wants to. But if we wanted to do something and there was a space for it, I'm happy to contribute, but anyone here can just lead.
There is always a space at Healing Our Earth. The whole aspect of Healing Our Earth is to nurture everybody. And Peter, so the article that you've got, just to let everybody know, we are beaming live right now on many YouTube channel, many Facebook channel, websites. So you will be able to see this article on the social media of Healing Our Earth. Sharon, go ahead.
Well, I think I'd like to actually start. I was thanking Roger and Wai-Ching for being associate producers of Quantum Chi. And I think I'd like to start because I told you last week that the film is almost completed. It should be completed in a few weeks. I'm very excited. I even have a little pitch at the end with Bill for World Qigong and Tai Chi Day. He gave me some beautiful footage of people all over the world, including, did you know that there's a Tai Chi Qigong community in Lucknow in India? And we'll see if we can bring them in for another show. I'd like to show you that. And then, namaste, Wai-Ching. It's so nice to see you in the middle of the night.
Well,
but I'd like to show you one of the trailers so that you can see the quality, those that haven't seen. And then I'd like to talk a little with Clara, who's come in. Clara is the host of a wonderful show called Chi Time in the UK, and has interviewed a number of these people. I've been interviewed by her, I don't know how many times, and she's the best. So I really want to give her a little platform to speak as well. She's part of the group that we're looking to really expand upon what the movie can offer. The movie was created as an introduction for the world to these practices, and every time I've shown it, whatever age, immediately they want to learn, and that was my goal. So we're working together to see how can we expand on that, maybe create some kind of channel on YouTube or someplace, who knows, but it's all in process.
I can't wait to show it to my grandchildren.
Thanks.
Yeah,
thanks. Okay, so I'm going to share this, let's see, advanced video. Okay, share. And where are we? It is.
Qi is a foundation of many healing arts. Qi is foundation of many traditions in China. Life is from energy. Life is from Qi. And how about Qi? Where does the Qi come from? From love. From love of the universe.
What does Qi feel like? A buzz, tingling. You're so excited, full of energy that you want to be playful all the time.
When the Qi flowing, you can feel like warm, expand, some tingling. Because Qi, when you move, it also have a power to heal.
When you're doing Qigong, what you're doing is cultivating life force within your body. You become a conduit for information, for new information to come into the body. And you connect to the Qi of the earth and the sky. You're simply a conduit.
In Taoist practice, you're harnessing this light, this energy, this Qi. And so when we cultivate that energy from within, that compassion, that joy, that love, we can shift our state, shift that emotional state into something that's elevated and not constricted.
Learn to shift from externally focused, searching for happiness, searching for meaning of life. You go inwardly, recognizing you have more access to life inside of you.
It's a discipline, a healing art, a way of training the body and mind, a meditation in motion, a medication in motion, a way of conditioning the body for martial arts, for sports, improving strength, stamina, balance, and coordination.
Yoga practitioners and teachers love Qigong. The Qi focus turns their attention to a much more awakened internal sensory awareness.
There's a sense of resting in a very natural, open, spacious, clear, luminous energy which then carries you spontaneously and creatively through the movements and the flow.
Therein lies the ability of practicing Qigong to build up incredible force in the body for rejuvenation, longevity, self-healing, and healing others.
Qigong for everyone. Qi is love.
Qi is light.
Qi is free. Qi is energy.
God, Sharon, that is extraordinary.
Thank you.
I mean, that is really something. It's like
Thank
you can't
you.
watch that without feeling it.
Qi is foundation of many healing
there.
arts. Qi is foundation of many traditions in China.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't watch that without, moving. You can't, the flow. It's what you've captured there cinematically is extraordinary. I mean, this is going to make a lot of people want to get involved in mind-body practice.
Oh, thank you so much, Bill. I would attribute a lot of my filmmaking, my directorial knowledge to my studies in India. There was, coming as a young woman who had been in modern dance and the feminist movement, to live in a culture, a traditional culture, in a traditional way with my teacher, Sitara, really had this profound effect on me. And I began to see the world from a very different perspective, from the love of nature, the love of ancient wisdom, the love of beauty, and also the true power of the feminine, and that aesthetic sense that is in the heart of not only India, which, the teachings go back so far, but China too, and then studying the interactions between
that shows in your cinematography, that heart-centered consciousness, because that one scene that you had with Master Li's daughter, I can't remember her name, but where it shifts and she goes, "Qi is love," and that flower. And oh my God, that was such a heart-centered, in the middle Dantian, it kind of went by the wayside with Tai Chi. The lower Dantian, yes, of course the upper Dantian, we're all up there anyway, but the heart, the middle Dantian. And it's like your cinematography, it just oozes that aspect of Qigong and Tai Chi, and at a time when it's so important. So important. Master Li talked about, the first time I ever saw Master Li, he talked about the earth's qi being depleted of love, heart, middle Dantian, heart consciousness, and he brought that through in your film, him and his daughter, and then you were just able to capture it so cinematically. Yeah, really profound.
Thank you. Clara and I this week have been talking actually about the Dantians. It's interesting you brought that up, because one of the first masters I interviewed was a Master Jahnke of East West Medical Qigong. And he talked to me about the lower Dantian and about how it really is the place that all movement comes from in these practices. And all these years I've been doing these practices, and finally this week, I got it. I really understood. And so Clara and I were talking about the Dantians and the power of them, the elixir fields, the reservoirs of qi. So Clara, I give you the platform.
Thank you. Welcome everyone. Global Namaste to you all. What an amazing episode this has been. And one of the things that came up time and again, I was listening to the different people, particularly landed when Dr. Roger Jahnke was speaking, was that about that we are seeding this information here, and we don't know how many people have already been inspired by us. We just know that there needs to be more, and we're here to be able to do that. And that brought me to that, from the social media perspective, I think people need something like 9 touch points to be able to make a decision on something. So I just say, as with our practice, we repeat and we repeat and we repeat. And we know that therein is the juice, is the and that call to self-care is getting deeper and deeper, and therefore we repeat to others, and it always comes through in a different way. And it's like whenever we come into our practice and connect with our dantians, there'll be something else that, as Sharon was saying, just realize that dropped into another level or another piece of the jigsaw puzzle, and you just kind of witness it and just be amazed by it as well. I've learned something today, that that from Dr. Rogers' diagram, that what was it called? That lymph gland that is right by the dantian. I didn't realize that was there as well. So it's another piece of the puzzle, so this is although it's a very simple practice that we can step into and do very simple movements, and often they are the simplest, subtlest ones are the most effective. There's levels and depths that can occur within our self-practice that can reveal things to us that we may or may not have realized could even happen. And that magic and mystery and call to self-practice is that's a little frisson. It's a little bit, what are we going to learn today? What are we going to go and do today? And sometimes it will be nothing. It'll just be standard stuff. But even that, and when we know that is really important for this stepping into self-responsibility. And so one of the things that I've been fascinated in researching recently is this kind of connection between Qigong and yoga, and with particular emphasis on the root chakra and the sacral chakra and the lower dantian. So if anyone here on the call knows more about chakras than I do, probably most of you, then I would love to have a conversation about where this is taking me to, certainly with this, this use of language and experience, and that call to be in those creative, safe zone areas to also unpick all the stuff that needs to leave. I don't know, I'm just sort of riffing here. Yes, thank you.
Yes. Rajiv, Dr. Rajiv is someone you really need to be in touch with, because his knowledge of these systems. I love Rajiv, first of all.
Oh, hello, Dr. Rajiv.
Nice and his knowledge of these systems is deep, right? And he's there in the UK.
Okay. Would you like to offer something now?
Yes, for certain. Clara, I have been studying the scientific basis of all different sciences. You probably don't know me. I'm a Western medicine, modern medicine practitioner. I am a consultant in the NHS. I have worked in NHS for 27, 28 years. But over past 10, 12 years, I have found there is no solution to every disease in the modern medicine. So I started exploring others: yoga, Ayurveda, acupuncture, Tai Chi, Qigong, hypnotherapy, aromatherapy, music therapy, dance therapy, because everything has something to offer. But there is no scientific basis exposed to the public. So I start digging it. And then when you dig deep, you find there is coherence.
Yes.
That's what I was trying to say, that it's there. I was in Japan for some reason for Japanese endoscopy fellowship. And during that period, I got exposed to, I can say it now, I'm safe, something called Falun Gong or Falun Dafa. There were some Chinese people who were spreading it. So I was introduced to them, and I used to go on the weekend to do this practice in the open gardens, hundreds of them, and there was this music, and you are listening. You can see this movement happening in your lower part of the tummy. Some ball is rotating, and that rotation is the chi or the energy in real life. And that can then spread and give the energy to rest of the body. And that's
Exactly. This is the baseline practice, isn't it? It's almost our fundamental foundation route. We start and return to dantian, lower dantian. That is always the place to reference oneself and connect oneself with the planet and the stars and one another. It's our home inside of us. And it sounds fascinating what you have, just this little tiny bit that you've told us about. And I would maybe connect with you behind the scenes and see if we can speak some more, probably to camera. Yes. That would be great. Thank you so much. Really lovely to meet you. Thank you.
Grounding, rooting is so important. It's a fundamental concept in the Taoist teachings, in the Qigong teachings. And not only that, but understanding what our dear Amalia describes as the center line, which connects, of course, with the central channel, right? Of the, let's see, it's also, it could be, the central meridian, it could be the Shushumna. It's called many things in different ancient Egypt. It has other names too. So I'd like Dr. Wai-Ching to just give us a little introduction, because this is one of the wonderful aspects of her teachings on Qigong.
Thank you. It's so good to see you, Clara. Lovely. And Dr. Rajiv. What brings to mind is that as you were speaking, Clara, in your research is the way that we actually have locks, the bandhas, in the Muladhara, which is the root chakra, right, Dr. Rajiv? And how we actually pump the energy up our spine from the sexual organ and the perineum and the point there, and how similar it is in actually the flow of Kundalini and the Kriya Yoga and Chi up the spine, and how we want to weave the energy up the spine to the top and to Sarasara and then to the crown. So I know it's like the whole beautiful helix and wave forms. So this is by the way, because we're all dancers here, by the way, Clara, Sharon, and myself. So we understand very well the flow and the movement of the dance, and why women, and especially belly dancers, Rakshaki dancers, are so in the groove with Qigong, right? And the dance. And also we talked about the Daoyin and the basis of Qigong before. It was predates Qigong. And then predating that is, of course, the shamanic practice of dance as it arises spontaneously. Sifa Kung, which is spontaneous Qigong, which is so I think it's very rarely discussed because it's put to the side now, right? Oh, all this shaking and mad swirling around the park. We don't want to talk about this because this is the actual awakening of Qi within ourselves, and the trembling and the vibrating. It's just not very composed, and so not very proper. But this is actually what the human being needs to do, is like to let loose and actually let the Qi of the universe, the creative force, move through us.
Children would be good at that.
No, what's
children
that?
would be, children would be, children would be great at that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Let's be children.
Yeah. You could encourage
let's
children.
all be children.
We could be encouraging children not to lose that quality. You know what I mean? Because it's natural to us as children. Yeah.
And Bill, I mean, how often do we hear that we when we practice Qigong, we go back to be like little children? We're just going back to the natal state,
Yeah. Yeah.
of freedom and joy.
Childlike.
Childlike. Yes, exactly. Not childish, but childlike.
Right. That's right. Yeah. Big difference.
Yes, Daisy Lee, who is wonderful. I want to bring her to the show sometime. Daisy Lee, wonderful Qigong teacher.
She's a poet too.
Qigong. She always talks about playing Qigong. So I love that concept, playing Tai Chi, playing Qigong.
She's a poet too.
And we also say playing the Qi ball. We always say
that's right. That's right.
So I always tell students that, and maybe it was because I was influenced by you. I don't know. But yeah, I always remind them that what are we doing? We're playing. That's all we ever do. We just play.
Yeah.
I think that comes from the Japanese. I seem to remember the idea of play karate, play Tai Chi.
Nice.
I think it's something to do with the translation, because it's a phrase I use as well.
I think it's a mindset. I think it's mindset. I think it's more than a translation thing, because I've heard people discuss this. But no, I think it's right at the core of it. Yeah, it's unleashing that natural.
Yeah. Even the Qi Sao, isn't it? The sticky hands, the Qi Sao and the Pak Sao, it's all playing. We all say, come, let's play together.
Yeah. And push hands.
The Qi ball.
Push hands is dancing with somebody else. Push hands is dancing with somebody else. You know what I mean? It's not a competition. It's a dance.
We're doing it, Bill.
Yeah, we were pushing hands. Yeah, that's wild.
That's right. That's right. Rajiv, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, probably will say something and then I want to ask something as well. So just to complete that, so Clara, being there, I have that experience. I mean, it was a big Chinese group and there was a conference, 2,500 people there in Tokyo, and you could see the energy. And I don't know, there was somebody called Master Lee. I don't know, it was the same person Peter was talking about. He says that he installs this Falun Gong in your tummy or something like that. So I don't know whether it's true or not. And I wanted to ask that to maybe Amelia and Peter or anybody else who knows, maybe Bill knows. But I wanted to say that the similarity which Clara was asking was also that because, as Amelia said, the ancient yoga practice arise from bottom up, and that's why Muladhara, Mula is root chakra is exactly that, and that is based in the pelvis because it's the round ball. It's a round ball, and the top of the energy is actually the just the top part of the sacral chakra and Muladhara chakra. So that's kind of the ball which is rotating around, and that's kind of the lower dantian which talks in the Tai Chi Qigong. So there is a lot of.
Well, I always tell my students, if you go on YouTube, you can find Chinese masters, flowing through their Tai Chi movements. And, as a beginner, when you look at them, you're seeing their arms and legs and hands and feet doing all these things. But in their mind, or in their center of awareness, is the lower dantian. And that lower dantian is where everything flows from. And then, we all do this thing in our Tai Chi and Qigong practices. I think all the styles do it, where you sink your vertical axis, you sink back and forth from one leg to the other. And when you really let those hip muscles relax, the hips let go, and then the pelvis starts to take on this figure eight motion.
Mm-hmm.
And Donna Eden, who teaches consciousness stuff, I think you've had her on your show, Clara, Donna Eden. You should if you haven't. But anyway, she talks a lot about the power of this. And when you guys were dancing, I saw the power of this infinity symbol energy. And when you're flowing back and forth from one leg to the other, one hip to the other, sinking back and forth, it creates that infinity symbol energy. And it's such a powerful thing, and it all comes from the dantian. And then I always tell my students, if you watch football or baseball or whatever, every spectacular home run or pass or whatever, if you watch, it comes right from the dantian. The body relaxes out of the way of the power of that lower chakra, that lower dantian. And then that's where the power unleashes from.
I don't know if you know this, Bill, but the Qigong that I was guided to teach is based on the figure eight. And it's called Infinity Quantum Qigong since 1990. Yeah.
That's profound.
And it brings in harmonization. I think it's a fundamental flow within the human system when we're very tiny embryos. It's one of the fundamental flows that comes in, hence why we recognize it, and hence why we often move to it, and it nurtures us and brings in this deep harmony. So bringing that movement into each of the chakras, at least, is going to really help to harmonize your system. So yeah, absolutely. Amelia, way overdue for us to have a good chat, sweetie.
Yes,
Looking forward to it.
I've been doing that because I'm trained in many dance forms, including Middle Eastern. And when I met Amelia, and then she's showing me this infinity quantum Qigong, healing Qigong, I was just, wow, this is so connected with, the dance of the Middle East, where the spine, the suppleness of the spine is so important. And so I started doing recently these exercises where I do these figure eights, both up, starting like this way and then going the other way in 8 directions. Actually, when I have time, I do it focusing on each chakra.
Yes.
And also, I found it very interesting for you of India that in my abhinaya, my expression, I'm also doing these figure eights with my eyes, feeling the chi, feeling the Shakti from that Muladhara, from the earth actually up into through, and then sending that light, that chi out through my eyes. So all of you dancers out there, Indian dancers, it's a whole other perspective on your abhinaya, your expression through.
Another thing I was going to mention is along the lines of what you're talking about, Sharon, how this can be manifested. Amalia, as I mentioned before, she's a poet. And although I've never heard your poetry, I've heard you speak, and you speak in poetic ways. And the way that your speech, when you go into those, those rhythms that you go into, it has that quality. Where you kind of feel that coming through with the way that you speak. You in the earlier program that we did months ago, you were talking about World Tai Chi Day, lighting the lights around the planet. And as you were talking about that, it just had that, that feel to it, and when everybody's talking about it, we all start doing it with our heads. It's like you can't resist it. It's just, you know what I mean? And and it comes through fractally, and like the way you speak when you get into those poetic phrases.
And what comes is that, well, it's interesting you give that feedback, because when I'm sending out the transmission, when I do the meditations, I'm actually seeing coming through me and then extending out the energy, the way that I saw it and my experiences, energy moving in waves, and of course in figure eights, and how that's exactly how it goes out. So it's interesting that you are picking up that and moving physically with it. So thank you for the feedback.
Yeah, it's great.
It's wonderful to have my dearest Dr. Lakshmi Vyas here today. I'm always so happy to see you, Dr. Vyas. And how did you like the program?
Oh, what to tell you. Oh, Qigong and Qigong and Qigong all the time, all the way. And it was wonderful to listen to each and every person who was speaking on Qigong. And it actually, it was very intelligently and very informatively presented. So I really got mad at it. And I really want to go into how I can, do some exercises or something on Qigong. Let me find out something in UK.
Oh, well, get in touch with Clara. Because Clara is teaching, and she's very feminine in her practice, and I think has an exquisite aspect of her, both from an intellectual and experiential perspective. And she knows many people also in the UK who are teaching, so you should be in touch.
That's really fantastic. So, I mean, I'm a yoga teacher and a yoga practitioner, but I've never tried anything like what you were talking today. It was fantastic. Everything I heard was, oh my God, I must do this, something like that. So Sharon, I appreciate, once again, I never are short of words for you. You are so good, and you keep on venturing into more and more things all the time, and I appreciate it. And I hope I learn something from you.
Well, Clara is planning to have me come to the UK, maybe this summer, to show the film.
Let's do it.
And then I'd love, all of you in the UK area, I would love to meet you all in person. We've been together, since COVID, right? And you are my beloved family. I enjoy every moment. I learned so much. And this is our Healing Our Earth community. This is what we're here for. And I have to tell you something funny. I've been working with Grok AI, right, this week, which is an amazing thing. And so now I have it saying global namaste.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Well, I just respond to Lakshmi to say that I absolutely adore teaching Qigong to yoga teachers. It's become my new thing. I'm just at the end of a course with some people in the New Forest, and I'm learning so much from you as well. And I'm finding these beautiful crossovers as well as the differences, honoring those. So I really feel that it is the time that yoga and Qigong find a way of communicating and being. And I know maybe a lot of you watching, listening have already sort of done a little bit of Qigong in your practice, or some of us that do Qigong also have our yoga practice as well. They're not separate anymore. It's coming into flow as well as opening the body and stretching. So
yeah, I found yoga has been really good for my Tai Chi and Qigong practice and also my teaching. And so now, like, I teach a mantra meditation, like the yoga mantra meditation in my Tai Chi and Qigong classes, just so that people can have a real simple go-to meditative practice that's proven to work. And yeah, we can all learn so much from each other. And I've been doing that. It's really made me really humble as a teacher and practitioner, because I've realized there's these whole other worlds out there and ways to approach it and ways to explain it to students, yeah, I've gotten so much from yoga. I'm so glad that I delved into it. Yeah.
Oh, Bill, well, you going into all of these mind-body practices. Now we've got to really bring you into sacred dance. That's next.
Well,
yes.
I took a dance class one time, and I was the worst dancer in the class. So I don't have anything to live up to. So
well, I bet now you'd be amazing.
Yeah, except full potential.
With your grace, you're very graceful.
I do have more efficacy than I did then, so maybe.
If you're true to your own self-expression, there's no right or wrong there anyway.
Yeah. Beautiful.
That's right.
We're always playing, right? We're always playing.
Exactly.
So let's go around and have one comment from everybody. And then, I mean, we have all of you here. And I'm thinking that instead of my giving a practice, I'm a novice in certain ways, not in movement. I like this term now, traditional body technologies. That's what we're bringing together. And I got that from this book, really interesting book. And Rajiv, you would like this book called Qigong Fever. And it's about the history of Qigong and talks about the Falun Gong and the issues around that too. But I really like, he talks about traditional body technologies and somatic science. And I think that's a very interesting way.
I would love to know more of it.
Yeah. So yeah, I did somatic education as my BA in integrated health studies, and that was in 1990 in San Francisco at the New College and then the California Institute of Integral Studies, and that really, really grounded the Qigong, in the somatics of the body and the authentic intelligence, call it that, of realizing who we are and as energy beings. So I'm so excited that they're realizing that more and more.
So let's go around. Rajiv, you can start.
Oh yeah, it was a wonderful day, and I kind of dug quite deep into it. But today I know there is a lot more to learn within the Qigong. And then that will help me integrating into the modern medicine. It's whole world. We need to bring it together. So I think it was very interesting, and I was quite interested in the scientific views, how these connect. So I think I'll probably get in touch with some of you how we can do some podcasts and rest of the stuff so that we connect it in a scientific way so that people understand it, that it's not just airy-fairy science. There is a basis for it, and how we bring it together. My main vision is how we develop a model of self-care. So they don't need to go to a doctor. They can heal themselves. Yes, if you have a heart attack, and that's a different matter. But if you live the life the way it is, you probably wouldn't have it.
In my hospital class, I teach through the University of Kansas Health System, and I'm constantly getting students that are just blowing their cardiologists' minds. because the improvement they get from a combination of meditation, Tai Chi, Qigong, a little bit of yoga. Yeah, it's and the data's out there, the science is out there. It's just that, you know, it's not being prescribed. It's not the, you know.
Yeah, so probably we are developing some modules in each of these, and probably will take your help when we come to this, like Tai Chi, Qigong, and how they work. So wonderful, wonderful, wonderful day. Beautiful people, all coming from heart. Global Namaste.
Global Namaste. Dr. Goswami, I'd love to hear what you have to say.
Oh, you're muted, Dr. Goswami.
Oh, thank you very, very much. I just do not know how to thank you all, because I just feel like getting you all over here and just want to listen to you for hours. As I think Neil must be knowing that I'm very much keen in establishing a setup where you can body mind type of center, because as you all know that I'm basically a spinal man, and I have lots of interaction with patients with chronic pain and a whole lot of other issues and biosociological factors. And I think all these things put together will become a fantastic recipe for managing people, not only after they have developed the symptom, but also preventing many of these issues. And that particular thing has sort of hit me very hard, the amount of data that has been collected by William Douglas. And let me tell Mr. Douglas, I'm going to procure that book right now. I was just going through some of it, and I'm going to get that straight away, because data is available and there's no reason why we should not be able to use that. That's one of the things that I will talk to Dr. Rajiv Gupta sometime soon, and see if we can use some of the data to validate our approach in the care of patients in the NHS itself. I don't find any reason why we should not pursue that, because the fundamental issue with our medical system as we have it and these systems is a concept of quantum entanglement. Everything is entangled with each other, and we don't tend to take that into account in our normal system. And I think we have to push that particular word with the help of physicists and the scientists to say, how do we incorporate the statistics in quantum entanglement into the current day's medicine? We still are following the Newtonian system in our current medicine, and we are not still moving on to quantum physics, quantum medicine. But while the physics and pure mathematics has gone into quantum mathematics, so that's something that's worth looking into. I'm not a physicist, I'm not a mathematician, but I'm just wondering how we can do that.
Yeah, well, that's interesting.
Right?
So I'll say something that I'll bring you in.
Okay.
You know, I called this film Quantum Chi. Originally, I had a vision of like at least 6 episodes. But this can be a pilot. But my vision with Wai-Ching was to bring quantum physicists in to talk about exactly what you're saying, the quantum aspects that really tie in. Wai-Ching speaks about this very, very beautifully. So I'll give you the platform.
Oh, thank you. I wasn't going to speak philosophically about it, but perhaps to address Dr. Goswami's wish was that how do we put this integration together? And this is how I've done it, actually, to convince some doctors and scientists, is through quantum resonance technologies, right? And because now there's so many in the market, from Global Diagnostics to NES and so many others. We shouldn't probably be mentioning names, but it's some of the medical doctors or scientists need the empirical studies and also the graphs and also the tables that is shown on the computer when the programming is done, either through bands over the forehead or finger clips and so on. So when that information that's in the chi body is fed to the computer, it shows up, right? How the meridians are, whether the chakras are aligned. You know, there's so many systems that show that. And so it's the reverse now, I see, is that that's a beautiful artificial intelligence that is supporting and validating the authentic intelligence in human beings. So I see that as the flow, and this I hopefully I'm the bridge with that, and working with integrative medicine for so many years with medical doctors and with the World Council for Health. So to just answer your question, that's where I'm seeing that possibility.
Beautiful, beautiful.
I'm glad to inform that I'll be visiting the Body Mind this meeting in the second Body Mind and Consciousness meeting in Mandi in India in the month of June. So I hope it's being attended by basically presented by various physicists and Indian Institute of Technology and various other people. So I'm sure we'll be meeting people who actually talk of proper science and physics.
Yes, I actually work with quite a lot of the scientists and researchers, and happy to connect with you with some of them who can actually explain also. And one is Dr. Stefan Becker, who practices using the global diagnostics tool, which I found to be the best diagnostic tool because from personal experience, it picked up everything that I had or experiencing absolutely accurately, the 100%. And so, and also the others, and like the EE system and so on. So I'd be happy to share the information with you, the resources and the personnel involved.
How do I get in contact with you? I think if you can get some sort of, I'll ask Mr. Nil Kumar to see if he can share me the details to contact you.
Yes, I can see
Thank
this. Oh, this would be wonderful to go to.
Oh, yes.
Is this before or after the UK, Clara?
So this is in India. It says India, 4th to 7th June 2025. This is where Dr. Amrita Sharma, the lead admin at Healing Our Earth, is also part of. So if you want to be part of this, Wai-Ching, you are connected with Amrita Sharma. If not, you will be, and connect to her. And this is going to be very happening. All the big, so IIT are always the biggest institutes of India. And it's going to be exciting. And Anukul Goswami is also going to go there.
Yeah, wonderful.
And there are various
exciting. Activates my brain and mind.
Neil, should we tell everyone about the upcoming shows right now?
Yes, it's a time that we share. Meanwhile, keep on talking, and we'll bring the diary up here, which is beautiful.
And I see Lata here. Lata always has something wonderful to say. How was your experience of the show?
Make a comment, and we go to the future diary.
Global Namaste, everyone. It's lovely to be reconnected with all these wonderful human souls. So, yeah, it was a beautiful, very thought-provoking and very stirring. As always, when Bill is there, he brings his energy, doesn't he? His chi. And
oh, amazing, yes.
and his passion. Yeah. So, I mean, you're looking very well, by the way, Bill.
Oh, it's all the lighting.
It's all that. Yes,
Yeah.
I agree.
Got the sunlight coming in through the window.
Yeah. No, I think it's all the Qigong.
That helps for sure.
Yeah.
But lighting means a lot.
The light means a lot.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Well, all part of the puzzle, isn't it? And the what do they say? It's the holistic approach. So I thought I just mentioned that I think I came across Tai Chi back in 1990s, and I was in this gym, part of a gym, and we had a Tai Chi class, and I used to attend it, and I couldn't understand it, I couldn't get the flow with the teacher, but funny enough, I lost contact with it, and I lost the connection because so many other things just sort of came across and drowned me. But he also wrote a book. He was an author of Tai Chi, and he put me in the book. And so I was part of the pictures and things that he needed to demonstrate. So it was a wonderful experience, but now it's all beginning to make sense. But then I had also a connection with the UCLH in London, and they're actually doing Tai Chi as a recovery recovery process. So I was under that, and then along came COVID, so that put a wet blanket on everything. But yeah, I think it's called the Integrated Hospital Medicine for so I think Rajiv, you might know about it, that hospital. But that hospital also promotes all these natural things of yoga and Tai Chi and various other processes that are natural. So, I mean, I'm happy to share that with you, Dr. Goswami, because I think it would also benefit us because it's all there. It's all done and it's active, and there's so many places that are actually using it to bring remedies as part of the remedial process. So yeah, the more we get together and connect, and thank you, Neil, for this platform to bring about these natural remedies, because, you know, to understand that you've got this wonderful chi inside of you and how to tap into it is just awesome.
Thank you, Lata.
A small statement, Neil, sorry. I do not, I almost, when I see many of my patients and they are in a state of despair, and guys like me know that there is something seriously wrong, but I do not know how to handle it. And there's so much of lack of information that I have, and the fundamental lack of knowledge in all these systems. I literally feel like crying. I do not know what to do with you, but I know the things are not right and how they can be sorted. There are many people to help you out, but I don't have access to them. And so you feel sort of, I do not know how to react to it. I said, okay, I know, I understand, but I ultimately have to let them go. But I give them a bit of a talk, more on meditative medicine, more on other kind of stuff, and lots of understanding about what we call it the Vedanta system of trying to understand what you are and how the things are going on. So anyway, thanks a lot for all of you. I mean, it was a fantastic help.
Well, you have a team of us now.
What we tell
me, you have a team.
Yeah, really. Yeah. What we tell the patients in the hospital where I teach at is, you know, whatever treatments, whatever therapies you're going through, you know, one thing's for sure, if you throw yourself into mind-body practices, it's going to help whatever treatment you're getting work better. So it's going to do you nothing but good to throw yourself into mind-body practices while you're doing whatever else it is that you're doing. And then that way we don't step on any doctor's toes or anything like that. But we just empower people to know that they could be making, you know, a difference in, you know, their state of well-being and their sleep and their outlook and their attitude and their immunity and all those things by throwing themselves into mind-body.
It's very important that we present as a complementary therapy, not an alternative therapy. I think the problem is that you hear these terrible stories of people who could have been saved, but they went off and, I don't know, stood on one leg for 6 months before they died. Whereas if it was stand on one leg for 6 months, but do the chemo, do the radiotherapy, take the tablets as well, then there is no, or at least there is less chance of the medical profession seeing that that complementary therapy as a challenge to what they do.
Interesting. Very
it's
interesting.
a transition. It's a transition until they understand what it really does scientifically.
Yes, thank
you. Because I was in a
Let's go
cancer
to
center.
let's go to some future episodes before we wind up. It's wonderful to have you all here. And these are the future episodes that you can watch on Healing Our Earth. You just go to the website, healingourEarth.com. They're all there, the past episode with the links, so they can watch the episodes which were recorded and the live episodes on the day, and future episodes are there. And next week, Sharon, is yoga
and meditation. And often we bring some Qigong. I have some wonderful people in mind, because meditation is a very fundamental practice, standing meditation and many kinds of meditation for Qigong, Tai Chi, Wushu, etc. That's next Sunday, the 2nd of March, 2 p.m. GMT onwards.
And we are going to go to different parts of the world. We are also going to go live to Mexico, where Jeffrey Armstrong will be there.
Wonderful.
Doing a retreat, so it will be beautiful. And here comes.
And here we go, International Women's Day special. That is empowering women, empowering humanity. And yes, if we empower women, since they give birth, then we empower all of us. Join us for this free global online session, Sunday, the 9th of March, 2025.
And we have wonderful guests lined up. We also got Sister Jahnke, the additional global head of Brahma Kumaris, the head of the ISKCON Bhakti Vedanta, Vishaka Ji, Timmy Cruz, the buzzing actress and a singer from Philippines. So many people are already lined up for that.
Oh, yes. And I'm planning to bring the Grammy Award-winning Arhu Virtuoso. She's in San Francisco, but she's known all over the world. She's an amazing musician and human being. So I'm planning to bring her for that, for International Women's Day, and then World Kidney Day. Are your kidneys okay? Detect early, protect kidney health. And we should bring someone into really from the Qigong world, because there is so much knowledge about working with the organs themselves, like the 6 healing sounds practice and other practices that would be incredibly beneficial as a complementary therapy to anyone going through dialysis or any kidney issues. And that will be Sunday, the 16th of March. We look forward to bringing you here.
Beautiful.
And Bill, perhaps you can think of someone or yourself to come in and speak about the kidneys from the TCM, traditional Chinese medicine perspective.
Yeah, I bet Roger Jahnke is probably really well versed in that.
I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So before we close, I was going to lead something, but I really, since we have you here, Bill, I know Wai-Ching's been on for hours, and then we have a big meeting coming up, so I'll let her rest. But Bill, would you like to give a little meditation?
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great. Okay, so let's all just let our eyes close easily and gently. Feel the tip of the tongue lightly touching the gum line behind the top 2 front teeth. And that sensation brings us to here and now, and more into the heart-centered consciousness, where we're feeling rather than thinking. As we just enjoy the sensation of the cool waves of breath filling us from the abdomen all the way up into the airy fibers of the lungs. And on those sighing exhales, the mind, heart, and body just begin to let go of the illusion of separation. We breathe and allow space for that lightness and that openness to permeate the mind and the heart and the field and the body. Letting go of all the tangles and the limitations. And opening to the possibility, the very center of the mind, knowing that it's safe to let go, to lose track of who we are and what we are. so that we can allow this endless unfolding of possibility to expand through our lives and our hearts and our minds and our field and our planet. And knowing that mind-body practices are the thing that's going to lead this planet to the place that we want to go with. And it's not that they're the answer, but they're the technologies that help us let go and allow that childlike possibility to unfold through everything, every structure, every part of the planet, and through the global consciousness of the planet, which is a real scientific thing. And as we breathe and let go of our fears and our limitations on every level, and allow space for that limitless unfolding lightness, we'll all be finding our way to flow through and become part of this expanse of mind-body practices that are coming through these beautiful events like Sharon's coming documentary, and all the work that all you people are doing here with healing our earth, and World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, and International Day of Yoga, and World Peace Meditation Day. And we're letting go of all the tangles and the limitations because we know that this is time to happen. It's time for the world to become aware of this. They need it at this moment in history. And we can just let go and flow and open and connect and know that we're all part of some big, expanding, healing force that we're riding on like surfers upon the waves. And we can just breathe and float in this pure safety, this pure light, this pure, elegant unfolding of possibility that we're all part of all the time. Every time we breathe and let go and open. All right.
So beautiful. Thank you so much. I want to thank every person who has come to this episode today. I very much in gratitude to Keith Sharp for putting this together and bringing in his diligence and all of his abilities in producing the show, and Neil Kumar and Nishi Kotak and everyone involved with Healing Our Earth. We're here to bring you joy and love and grace and beauty. And I'd actually like to close with a quote from Jing Li, who, that is in Quantum Chi, because I think it's really beautiful. She says, yes, you have to try it. You have to try it. You try it, you taste it, you bring it into your body, into your blood, the nice feeling, the peaceful, the beauty, the inner power, the vitality, the sustainability, centered feeling. It's inside the blood, inside each cell, a body memory, a taste of chi, an experience of love.